All right. Good morning, everybody. This is the public hearing. We are the Appropriations and Financial Affairs Committee, and we are joined this morning by our friends on the State and Local Government Committee. We're going to be hearing testimony from the administration on LD 1995, the governor's proposed supplemental budget. And we'll be talking about the areas of the budget that the state and local government folks oversee. And then we'll take questions from the committee, and then we will hear from members of the public. So I wonder if, is Senator Baldacci here yet? Not seeing him. Representative Matlack, would you mind leading us off with introductions of State and Local Government Committee?
Certainly. Good morning, Senator, and thank you for inviting us to this hearing today. My name is Ann Matlack. I'm the State and Local Government Co-Chair. I represent House District 92, which includes the communities of Cushing, Thomaston, South Thomaston, St. George, Matinicus, Cree Haven, and the Muscle Ridge Islands. I am joined by members of the State and Local Government Committee, including Representative Mark Bryant. Would you like them to introduce themselves, or just for me to note their presence?
I'd love for them each to introduce themselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Bryant.
Thank you, Chair Matlack. Chair Breen. I'm Mark Bryant from Windham. I represent House District 24, part of the town of Windham. Welcome all.
Senator Rosen.
Thank you, Madam Chairs. I am Senator Kimberly Rosen. My district goes from Castine all the way up to Lincoln, 16 towns, including the city of Brewer, and I live in Bucksport.
Representative Toole.
Thank you, Madam Chairs. I'm Representative Will Toole. I represent the Dias area plus Lubec and Eastport.
Representative Copeland.
Good morning, Madam Chairs, and thank you for having us today. My name is Lynn Copeland, and I represent House District 14, which is coastal and downtown Saco. Welcome.
Representative Reisman.
Morning, Madam Chair. My name is Walter Reisman. I live in Harrison, Maine, represent District 69, which is Bridgeton, Harrison, and Denmark, and it encompasses 2 counties.
Thank you. And our legal analyst, Lynn Caswell, is also with us today.
Thank you very much, Chair Matlack. We appreciate it. If members of appropriations, if you wouldn't mind just doing your raise hand function so I can be sure not to skip anybody, since we're on a couple of different screens, I would really appreciate it. Representative Fay.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Jessica Fay. I represent House District 66, which is parts of the towns of Casco, Poland, and Raymond.
Representative Cloutier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. I am Kristen Cloutier, and I represent part of my hometown of Lewiston in House District 60.
Representative Hymanson.
Good morning. I'm Patty Hymanson. I represent House District 4, which is parts of York, Wells, Sanford, and all of Ogunquit.
Representative Martin.
Hi, John Martin, House District 151, Northwestern Aroostook County, from Allagash to Fort Kent down Route 11 to Oxbow.
Representative Cardone.
Hello, I'm Barbara Cardone. I represent House District 127, part of Bangor.
Representative Hymanson. Did I do you already? I did. Sorry. Senator Davis.
Good morning. My name is Paul Davis. I represent Senate District 4, which is all of Piscataquis County and parts of Somerset and Penobscot counties. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. I am Donna Bailey. I represent Senate District 31, which is Saco, Old Orchard Beach, Hollis, Leamington, and part of Buxton.
And my co-chair, Representative Peirce.
Hello, I'm Teresa Purse, House District 44, which is the majority of Falmouth, and I'm honored to serve as the House Chair of AFA. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Davis, your hand is up. Is that again or just from last time? I can put it down if you want. All right. My name is Kathy Breen. I represent 6.5 communities in Cumberland County in the Maine Senate, and I serve as Senate Chair of Appropriations. I just want to thank Senator Bailey last week for chairing the morning session with the Judiciary Committee. I heard glowing reports, so thank you. I had the great honor of going to the Can-Am dog sled race with Representative Martin and Governor Mills and Senator Jackson. It was really quite an event, and it was really, really fun. If you haven't never done it, someday you should. So we are also joined by our wonderful staff, Maureen Dawson, our analyst, and Judith Hannum, our clerk. And we also have Commissioner Figueroa here, who most likely would like to lead us off. And actually, we're talking quite a lot about her department this morning. So she's not just teeing up other departments, but her own. So good morning, Commissioner Figueroa. Before you start, I just want to check in with my members to see if anybody has any questions before we get started on our format or process today. All right, I'm not seeing any. So Commissioner Figueroa, the floor is yours.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Senator Breen, Representative Purse, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs, Senator Baldacci, Representative Matlack, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on State and Local Government. I am Kirsten Figueroa, the Commissioner of the Department of Administrative and Financial Services. I am here today to testify in support of LD 1995, the fiscal year 22-23 supplemental budget bill. Specifically, those items on today's agenda relating to the Department of Administrative and Financial Services and the Executive Department. As Governor Mills said, Maine people deserve every ounce of hard-won progress that we have achieved despite the pandemic, and Maine people have earned the progress that is yet to come. This supplemental provides additional relief to Maine people and ensures the continuity of the programs and services so vital to Maine residents. The governor has proposed giving back half the surplus to Maine taxpayers to help them confront pandemic-induced inflation. And she sets money aside in the Budget Stabilization Fund and other important reserves to ensure we can continue to fully fund public education and revenue sharing, two major accomplishments of this legislative body and this administration. The governor also focuses sharply on addressing Maine's biggest challenges, including tackling our state's longstanding workforce shortage to improve our economy, providing an affordable world-class education for Maine people, and on bolstering a healthcare system that has been pushed to the brink because of the pandemic. The governor seeks to do this in a fiscally responsible manner that provides needed assistance and support to Maine people while heeding the warnings of Maine's nonpartisan Revenue Forecasting Committee, which has expressed significant concern about shifting economic conditions, calling the fiscal environment unprecedented and variable, and noting that the accuracy of their forecast becomes less reliable in future years, leading them to urge caution in use of the revenues. The supplemental builds on the investments of the biennial budget and Maine Jobs Plan, both enacted within the last 7 months. For instance, related to DAFs, the currently enacted biennial budget includes $50 million to address unmet capital construction and repair needs for state-owned buildings, while the Maine Jobs Plan includes $10 million to address air quality and energy efficiency improvements in those buildings. The Jobs Plan also includes more than $48 million to modernize digital and physical technology assets, enhance the delivery of digital services for citizens, enhance cybersecurity efforts, and improve remote workforce capabilities. The Department of Administrative and Financial Services, DAFs, consists of 10 bureaus, a handful of boards and commissions, and more than 1,200 employees serving the public and all 3 branches of state government. DAFs is a professional services organization focused on the development, delivery, and maintenance of centralized government systems that sustainably support the financial, technological, human resource, environmental, and infrastructure health of state government for the benefit of the public and our fellow state agencies and employees. This allows the other departments to focus their expertise on their priorities, our natural resources, education, economic development, health and human resources, for instance, while we guide, support, and innovate within our areas of expertise. We lead and collaborate with open doors, open minds, and open hearts, and we value excellence, teamwork, and innovation, open and continuous communications, diversity, integrity, and humor, a helpful, courteous, and positive attitude, personal and professional growth, pride in our work, leading by example toward environmental sustainability, and respect for our fellow state employees and the main residents we serve. We start on page A2 with the Bureau of Human Resources. The Bureau administers human resources programs, services, and benefits to recruit and retain the best talent. The Bureau is responsible for centralized administration of state government's civil service system, employee health and benefit programs, development and training programs, equal employment opportunity programs, and labor relations responsibilities. The Bureau's customers are the job-seeking public and all employees of the executive branch. There is one initiative in this program establishing one Public Service Coordinator 2 position in the general fund to provide legal research and guidance for the executive branch and to represent management in negotiations, grievance arbitration, and legal challenges. This position will also provide much needed assistance with the increased workload in all these areas, including the 2021 addition of a new bargaining agent representing law enforcement supervisors of the executive branch. This initiative increases general fund personal services appropriation by $130,080 and all other appropriation by $8,333 in fiscal year 2023. The next program is Buildings and Grounds Operation on page 4. This program ensures that state-owned facilities are safe, sanitary, and healthy for those who work in and visit them. The first initiative in the account moves the $22,920 currently available to partially pay for network costs related to security cameras to the Capital Construction Repairs Improvement Admin account. I will talk more about this when I get to that account. The second initiative increases the fiscal year 2022 all other appropriation by $120,000 to support the increased costs and utilization of natural gas at the Dorothea Dix Psychiatric Center complex in Bangor. The current budget did not anticipate the expiration of a favorable contract price, resulting in a significant price per decatherm increase. On page A4 is the Capital Construction Repairs Improvement Admin account. This initiative requests $186,007 each year. These funds will be added to the $22,920 currently in the Buildings and Grounds Operation Program for this effort in order to fully fund the costs that are associated with network connections for security cameras throughout various state-owned facilities. This is an administrative cost, not a building maintenance or repair expense, so the funding and expense are better suited to this account. The second program on page A4 is the Central Administrative Applications Program. This program was established to segregate costs related to the state's centralized computer applications, accounting, budgeting, payroll, and other statewide applications. There are two initiatives in this program. The first request provides general funds of $8,875,687 in fiscal year 2023 to continue with the Comprehensive Human Resources Management System project. Our previous funding request for this initiative was pulled out of the FY23 in the biennial by the legislature, but this is a mission critical application and additional funds are needed to continue. This request is an additional to the fiscal year 22 appropriation of approximately $6 million and the $8 million certificate of participation borrowing, which is in the process of being issued right now. These amounts are needed for this current fiscal year's efforts. As discussed last session, this initiative allows us to address the deferred maintenance and modernization of critical human resources activities. At this point, little, if any, of these activities are integrated with one another, and some are not happening, with paper employee files and homemade databases not talking to our old computer programs built in a computer code that no one even knows anymore. Our old systems have either had to revert to paper-based or are being held together with duct tape and paper clips. This combination of systems and processes is extensive. The importance and criticality of moving all of this into one comprehensive system, human resources functions happening across 3 branches of government, 5 labor unions with 8 bargaining units for a diversity of roles that is unrivaled outside of state government, was identified and initiated by the previous administration, appropriately so. They were not without fits and starts, and we haven't been either, but there simply is no alternative to this modernization, and we are determined to succeed. Approximately 4 million of the 8.9 million will go to maintenance, hosting, and patching of our existing outdated systems that we had expected to sunset by now, and to modernizing our budgeting and document management systems. The remaining 4.9 million will go toward implementation, the continued effort to deploy the modern integrated HRMS. As has been widely reported, the previous administration selected Workday HRMS as the replacement of choice and selected Workday Professional Services to implement the system. Also reported is that the Workday HRMS software as a service remains a viable option, but Workday Professional Services as our implementer does not. You will recall they walked off the job, and we have engaged with the Attorney General to recoup funding. We remain engaged in the contract dispute with Workday Professional Services and have an upcoming mediation with their legal counsel, so I won't be able to say much more about that at this juncture. To continue the project, we have been engaged in identifying a new implementation partner. We recently concluded that work and announced a conditional selection for a new implementer. Contract negotiations are underway. Once on board, a new implementer will review the work we've already done, which may include a recommendation to start over. They will review the independent assessment report that included a recommendation that the system not build off current tenant configuration built under the guidance of Workday Professional Services. That, quote, starting with a blank tenant will yield more accurate and clean results, unquote. A new implementer will compare our project utilizing their experience implementing Workday for other large government entities, and they will make recommendations on how to meet our complex HR requirements, whether that's within the Workday software or with alternate solutions or a combination. Many of us stay up at night worried about whether we'll make it until the new HRMS system is online. This is irrespective of the pandemic, just in general. And my understanding is that the previous administration felt the same way, hence their launch of this effort. We also stay up at night thinking about the big investments that were made before we arrived, that have been made on several false starts and will be made to keep the old patchwork of systems and processes hobbling along, and will be made to move forward and will be made to finish. And we stay up at night thinking about all of the people who have been and continue to work hard on this effort and thought they'd be done with it by now, which keeps them up at night, coming up with ways to support and energize and finish. This is where I will say we're probably not asking for enough funding, but these are the estimates we have right now at the stage we are in. We believe this is the funding needed to take all the paper files and siloed applications and turn them into a usable database to move forward. The second initiative increases general fund appropriations to improve the vendor payee management process in the Office of the State Controller to reduce the risk of electronic payment fraud. Like all entities utilizing electronic payment options, the state is looking to reduce opportunities for fraud. With this funding, we intend to streamline the verification and validation process of payees. We will contract with a vendor to verify the identity elements of payees, along with their banking information and other compliance-related identity attributes, such as tax ID information and address, and monitor hundreds of government sanctioned lists in a networked environment to reduce the risk of fraud and increase our compliance. This initiative increases all other funding by $250,000 in fiscal year 22 and by $215,000 in fiscal year 2023. On page A5 is the Division of Financial and Personal Services Program, which is organized into 5 service centers that provide consolidated and centralized administration, financial, and human resources services to most executive branch departments and agencies. There are 3 initiatives in this program. The first initiative self-funds an approved position reclassification of a senior staff accountant to an accounting analyst supervisor. This initiative increases the personal services allocation for the Financial and Personal Services Program Internal Service Fund by $5,495 in fiscal year 22 and $8,698 in fiscal year 23. The all other allocation is reduced by the same amounts. The next initiative self-funds the approved reorganization of a vacant Office Assistant 2 position to a Public Service Manager 2 position within the Department of Health and Human Services Financial Service Center to improve capacity with timely, efficient, and effective processing of invoices. This initiative increases the personal services allocation for the Financial and Personal Services Program Internal Service Fund by $50,315 in fiscal year 22 and $52,625 in fiscal year 23. The all other allocation is reduced by the same amounts. The final initiative in this program continues and makes permanent 1 staff accountant position and 1 public service coordinator 1 position previously established by financial order. These service center positions provide additional finance support to the Office of Main Care Services. Changes to the home and community-based waiver services, non-emergency transportation waiver, and 1115 substance use disorder waiver require additional accounting resources to process the increased workload and complexity. This initiative increases the personal services allocation for the Financial and Personal Services Program Internal Service Fund by $207,725 and by $8,333 in the all other line category in fiscal year 2023. Next on page A6 is Information Services, also known as Main Information Technology. Main IT provides centralized direction, coordination, and oversight to information technology policymaking, planning, architecture, and standardization with the focus on delivery of effective information technology services. This includes responsibilities over information technology leadership, communications, planning, financial performance management, procurement and contract management, project management, and resource management. There are 4 initiatives in this program. The first initiative transfers 1 information technology consultant position, 2 public service manager 2 positions, and 1 public service manager 3 position from 100% Office of Information Services funds to 100% general fund within the same program, and establishes funding for all other related costs. 2 of these positions serve in roles doing overall design and planning for technology architecture and how it interfaces with cloud and other modern technology opportunities. Strong design and planning results in more secure platforms that are readily available and maximize investments through reuse across the enterprise. The other 2 positions serve in the role of new project onboarding. Projects need project management because it leads to better project delivery, reduced risk of failure or delay, and better cost control. Including these functions through direct funding instead of chargeback will ensure projects are better scoped for the start through a consistent approach. The initiative increases the general fund personal services by $600,625 and the all other line category by $62,391 in fiscal year 23. The Office of Information Services Internal Service Fund allocation is decreased by $600,625 in fiscal year 23. Cyber attacks against public sector entities continue to proliferate, posing one of the most significant risks to our state's ability to deliver secure and reliable services to our citizens and safeguard the sensitive data entrusted to our care. And the threat landscape has only increased in sophistication and complexity since the onset of the pandemic and amid geopolitical events. Under-resourced state and local governments are attractive targets for malicious actors and nation-state adversaries seeking to exploit vulnerabilities in government-operated IT systems and infrastructure and gain access to large amounts of sensitive data. We acknowledge again the funds included in the biennial budget and jobs plan. We must sustain and increase the effort as there is more work to be done. The second initiative in Maine IT provides general fund support to meet the match requirement for federal cybersecurity grant opportunities available to state and local governments. The initiative increases the all other line category by $325,000 in fiscal year 22 and by $650,000 in fiscal year 23. This supplemental request provides the match for the first 2 years of the 4-year allocation of $13 million of dedicated federal cybersecurity funds through the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. The CIO will coordinate a statewide cybersecurity initiative with municipalities to build a strong and resilient cyber future, with 80% of the spend to benefit local governments, including a minimum of 25% benefiting rural areas. The third initiative establishes 8 positions in the general fund. These positions are essential to supporting enterprise security, statewide information security, and modernization efforts that are essential building blocks for advancing the state's information security program. It supports the state's efforts to safeguard its most valuable information assets, strengthen our incident response capabilities, and adopt comprehensive information security measures for protecting the enterprise. This will provide better response time to incidents and daily tasks than our current model, and it will reduce our reliance on external vendor resources, which are increasing in cost. The initiative increases the general fund personal services by $987,146 and the all other line category by $106,956 in fiscal year 23. The final initiative in this program establishes 3 Public Service Manager 2 positions and 1 Public Service Coordinator 1 position as we continue to reinstate and develop in-state project management capacity for improved oversight and accountability. The Blippi states Public Service Manager 3 positions, but the request and funding is for Public Service Manager 2 positions. Research shows that mature project management provides improvement in projects being completed on time, within budget, and in meeting original goals while avoiding scope creep. While we value and will certainly need the efforts of our contractor partners, it is more sustainable, effective, and cost-efficient to have internal project managers. These positions can be deployed more flexibly and will coordinate the management of the state's project portfolio to ensure consistent high standards of performance and best practices. The average number of mid-sized projects a contractor can effectively manage is 1, while the average number of projects a state of Maine project manager can effectively manage is 3. These positions are billed to the projects they work on. The Office of Information Services Internal Service Fund Personal Services allocation is increased by $498,328, and the all other line category increased by $53,478 in fiscal year 2023. The next program is on page A7. The Office of the Commissioner provides strategic direction for the various bureaus and divisions of DAFs, primarily as it relates to policy and communication with the various segments of state government and the outside world, including the legislature, governor, and the media, etc. Each division within DAFs, 10 with approximately 1,200 positions, reports to the Commissioner's office. There are 4 initiatives in this program. The first initiative establishes 1 Director of Operations position within the Office of the Commissioner. This position will support the department by interacting with Maine IT and Maine Revenue Services, coordinating the operational, policy, and coordination needs of those offices on behalf of the Commissioner. This initiative increases the general fund personal services by $136,011 and the all other line category by $8,333 in fiscal year 23. The second and third initiatives in the Office of the Commissioner program relate to the state economist. The second initiative increases all other funding by $12,050 in fiscal year 22 and by $5,000 in fiscal year 23 to enable the staff in the Office of the State Economist to participate in professional development opportunities. The third initiative establishes one Public Service Coordinator 2 position to assist in tracking and analyzing economic conditions and provides funding for related all other costs. This position will increase the capacity for performing ad hoc economic and demographic research and analysis, such as impact analyses related to policy proposals or research requests during budget development and legislative session, and allow for the undertaking of more time-sensitive, intensive projects that are currently limited by existing workload with firm deadlines. The initiative increases the general fund personal services by $121,746 and the all other line category by $8,333 in fiscal year 23. The final initiative in this program establishes one Office Specialist 1 position to provide administrative support for the Communications Director and the Chief of Legislative and Strategic Operations within the Commissioner's Office, and provides funding for related all other costs. Across 14 departments, DAFS consistently tracks the second highest volume of bills. During the first session of the 130th legislature, DAFS tracked 362 bills, which was 20% of all the bills before the legislature. DAFS was the primary department for 193 of these bills, but DAFS frequently has a secondary interest and role in legislation that is of significant fiscal impact to the state, would apply to the state of Maine's second largest employer, or would require DAFS to provide additional accounting, human resources, technology, or general services to another department. With each legislative session, more reporting requirements are added to DAFS responsibilities. The combined number of Government Evaluation Act reports and report backs due on an annual or biannual basis has increased to 86. Also, across 14 departments, DAFS consistently receives the third highest volume of FOIA requests. However, despite this proportionately high volume of requests, DAFS is one of the only departments without a dedicated FOIA officer and/or support staff. This position will provide administrative support by maintaining legislative, FOIA, and reporting tracking, ensuring timely responses and filing deadlines, and assist in gathering, compiling, and reviewing of FOIA documents. The initiative increases the general fund personal services by $82,517 and the all other line category by $8,333 in fiscal year 2023. The next program is on page A8. The Division of Purchases procures materials, supplies, equipment, and services that represent the best value to the state of Maine. The division has responsibility under law to make purchases on behalf of all departments and agencies of state government, with consideration to life cycle, delivery, quality, and price. The Division of Purchases provides for open and competitive bidding and the procurement of goods and services to the greatest extent possible. There is one initiative in this program. This initiative provides funding for the licensing costs to upgrade and automate the system used for procurement workflow and contract review. The initiative increases the general fund all other line category by $53,000 in fiscal year 22 and by $102,509 in fiscal year 23. The next program, Risk Management, is on page A8. There are 5 positions in the Risk Management Division who are committed to providing high-quality insurance, loss control, and claims services at the lowest possible cost to all state agencies, the state's higher educational institutions, and some quasi-state agencies. The division currently insures 3,100 buildings, 18,000 plus employees, 4,500 vehicles, 570 watercraft, 11 aircraft, and 7 drones. There is one initiative in this program to eliminate one assistant risk assessor position, continue and make permanent one Public Service Coordinator 1 position previously established by financial order, and transfer all other to personal services to fund the difference. The Public Service Coordinator 1 position will enable the division to fulfill and expand its loss control mission to keep insurance costs to a minimum by ensuring agencies and assets are complying with mandated insurance policies and recommending and effectuating policy changes as needed. It also allows the division to continue its revenue-generating claims subrogation services, which in years past have been as high as $340,000. The assistant risk assessor position is no longer necessary due to the creation of the Public Service Coordinator 1 position. The initiative increases the Risk Management Fund Personal Services allocation by $57,906 and decreases the all other allocation by the same amount in fiscal year 2023. I think there's a corresponding decrease in the general fund there, but I'll check on that. The Workers' Compensation Management Fund is the final program in the DAF's portion of my testimony and may be found on page A9. This division of 12 provides direction and technical assistance in the administration of workers' compensation claims for all state employees within the 3 branches of government at all locations throughout the state. There is one new initiative in this program to establish one Public Service Coordinator 1 position to ensure timely and comprehensive management of life-impacting workers' compensation cases by reducing the caseload per case manager, and provides funding for related all other costs. Workers' Compensation Fund case managers are carrying 300 to 400 cases as compared to the industry standard of 150 cases. The initiative increases the Workers' Compensation Management Internal Service Fund Personal Services allocation by $114,353 and the all other allocation by $8,333 in fiscal year 2023. And now I'm switching to the executive department, if that's okay. Okay. We start on page A70 of the budget bill with the Administration Executive Governor's Office program. This program provides funding for support staff and related all other to the governor to carry out the responsibilities of the chief executive. This support includes correspondence, policy development, legislative relations, national and regional governors associations scheduling, preparation of reports and addresses, public information, executive appointments, casework, department coordination, and managing the operating budget of the governor. There is one new initiative in this program. Costs for constituent tracking systems, web hosting, technology, supplies, and most operations expenses have increased over time. However, the all other in this program is at the lowest level since we started using the budget financial management system to track in 2004, except for 2014 when it was about the same amount. This initiative increases funding by $80,000 in fiscal year 22 and by $125,000 in fiscal year 23 to appropriately fund operating costs of the governor's office. The Governor's Office of Policy, Innovation, and the Future, GOPIF, can be found on page A70. GOPIF was created in 2019 by Governor Mills to address important long-term issues facing Maine by engaging state agencies, stakeholders, and the public in the planning and implementation of innovative data-driven policy solutions. GOPIF's current policy focus areas include climate and energy policy, including the Maine Climate Council and coordination of Governor Mills' 4-year action plan, Maine Won't Wait, opioid response, prevention, and coordination of the Maine Opioid Crisis Strategic Action Plan, staff leadership for the Governor's Children's Cabinet and the Early Childhood Advisory Council, housing policy, and support for other key economic innovation and workforce development initiatives as needed. In response to the COVID-19 pandemic, the office continues to provide policy, communications, and technology support to the governor and several state efforts, including support for the Maine Jobs and Recovery Plan in partnership with DAFs, and the office coordinated and staffed the Governor's Economic Recovery Committee. There's one initiative in this program to continue and make permanent one Public Service Coordinator 2 position previously established by financial order and funded by a grant from the U.S. Climate Alliance. This position formulates transportation policy as it relates to the Maine Climate Council and the Governor's Transportation Climate Initiatives. This initiative increases the other special revenue funds personal services allocation by $25,410 in fiscal year 22 and by $143,338 in fiscal year 23. This concludes my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Figueroa. Before we take questions, I noticed there's a few more of our colleagues from the legislature who have joined us, but we were not introduced when we started. So if you wouldn't mind just raising your hand, we can go through some more introductions. Representative Ducharme.
Good morning. I am Jack Ducharme, representing House District 111, which is the people of Madison, Norwalk, and Solon. Thank you.
And you serve on appropriations.
I do.
Senator Baldacci.
Good morning. I'm Joe Baldacci. I'm co-chair of the State and Local Government Committee. I am from Senate District 9, which is the city of Bangor and the town of Herman. Good morning.
Good morning. Welcome. Representative Head and then Representative Downs.
Good morning. I apologize for being late, and thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm Frances Ann Head from Bethel, and I represent 23 towns and townships in District 117. And thank you very much for introducing me.
Welcome. Representative Downs.
Good morning, and I apologize for my lateness, but thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Kathy Downs. I represent District 130, which is Bucksport and Arlington. Thank you.
Welcome. All right, so now we'll get to the question part of our meeting. Representative Matlack.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a couple of questions going through the length of the Commissioner's report. With regard to buildings and ground operations, last year, the State and Local Government Committee had a bill before it with regard to safety in the cross building. This was a very powerful discussion last year, coming as it did shortly after January 6th. And I was wondering if there have been thoughts on implementing I believe we turned it into a study or a look at what it would cost to secure the cross building and also the rest of the property in the capital area. Commissioner?
Hi, yes. We have engaged in a security evaluation. I want to see if Aline, I was just checking to see if Elaine was on. I don't see her, but so we can give you an update on that. I know that there has been I know that we engaged with a vendor to do a study, and I know that there were a number of stakeholders engaged. And I think that where we are right now is what would make the most sense and how much do we think that would cost part of that evaluation. But I will check in for sure and we can give you a more formal response.
Thank you. Just because did I miss it on page 8.5, the COVID pandemic relief program, is that something that it was listed on our work, but I don't know that we talked about it directly. Is that just not part of our
I had
purview?
covered that in the taxation committee.
Okay.
As it lands under, I'm happy to talk about the program though.
If it's not under the purview of the state and local government, then that's fine. Let me see, there were one or two others really quick. In the Office of the Commissioner, Administrative and Financial Services, you discuss funding for the state economist's professional development. We in state and local government also dealt with LD1995 which is with regard to data collection, and the state economist's office would be increased in order to allow for the proper collection of that data. Is this something that is contemplated by the governor's office? Are you just waiting for us to pass out the bill, or is this something that the data collection in general and the positions that would be required to handle that, is that something that you folks will be working on?
So I want to say that the position that we're asking for is not specifically connected to the LD 1610. Did you say 1610?
I did, yes.
And that would require an additional position for that. But I know that Amanda Rector, who's our state economist, is on. And so she could talk about what the position we're asking for would do and how it could intersect with that work that you're talking about on the data LD.
Oh, terrific.
Would you like to hear from Ms. Rector?
Please.
Representative Matlack? All right. Good morning, Ms. Rector.
Good morning. I'm Amanda Rector. I am the state economist, part of the Department of Administrative and Financial Services. The commissioner was correct. This is a separate position from what we had talked about in LD 1610. Essentially, so for those who don't know already, I'm in office of 2 right now. So it's me, and I have an entry-level economic analyst position. The position in the budget proposal would be a senior economic analyst position, essentially. And then it would also provide us some funding to be able to do professional development, attend conferences. We don't have any funding for that right now. And so this would give us a little more depth to our roster. And then the positions there are 2 positions in LD 1610 that would be more specifically focused around demographic analysis and the tasks that would be required from that additional data analysis and collection and relaying all of that information out to the public. So there are 2 separate pieces expanding the work that we have already.
Okay, and let me see, did I have another question? No, I think that's all for this morning. Thank you very much, Commissioner. And thank you, Ms. Rector.
All right. Next with the hand up is Representative Fay and then Representative Toole.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And it's nice to see you again, Commissioner Figueroa. My question is related to the GoPIF. It's hard for me to say it without smiling, with that office. So in her State of the State address, the governor mentioned a silver cabinet, and I've been listening carefully as we've been going through these budget initiatives, and I haven't been able to suss out where that might land in terms of funding. And I know the Children's Cabinet is staffed through the GoPIF. So I was wondering if you could point me in the right direction, shed a little light on the planning process around that cabinet. Maine is the oldest state in the country, and I think it's an interesting and important initiative to talk about.
Yes, thank you. Actually, there has been some discussion about this, and you're correct in that I believe that we would do the same. I believe that the intent is to do the same kind of structure and have the Office of GoPIF coordinate the efforts. And I'll have to get back to you on the timing of about whether we would be requesting an additional position in the change package for that, or as it gets created more thoroughly, that would come next year. So I will be in touch about that one. But you're correct in that it would have a similar structure with the office supporting that cabinet.
Any other questions, Representative Fay? No. Okay. Representative Toole.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioner, for your testimony today. Representative Matlack asked one of my questions as it related to 1610, so I'll pass on that for now. But I guess the main question I have, and I know you're limited what you can say, is regarding the whole human resources management system. And I get, are you as frustrated as we are that this is still, here we are, it seems like just an assessment, that here we are a year later and we're possibly having to start all over again? And where do you, I guess the non-rhetorical question there would be, how much longer do you see this playing out, and how much more do you anticipate this costing?
Well, yes. I mean, it is frustrating. It's also, I'm just going to put out there, emotionally draining for everybody that has been working on this project for, upwards of 7 years now. But we thought we had a plan, and we were moving towards that plan, and we had a significant adjustment as a result of our partner not partnering to the extent that we needed them to do. So we said a year ago that we were going to move forward with finding a new implementer. That process took some time because we brought in the independent assessor, and then we had communications with a vendor that helped us, Gartner helped us figure out how to the appropriate steps we'd need to take to make sure that we could find a suitable implementer, and now here we are. I just want to say, while we're frustrated and tired, we're also encouraged by the conversations that we've had. This isn't the first time that such a thing has occurred. We feel like we have a path forward with our new implementer that we're currently in negotiations with. And I'm afraid to put out a time, because everybody will be looking for that date. But what I do want to say is that we are all determined to make this succeed. We've been very upfront with the vendors that we're working with, that this was an experience we didn't expect to happen, and that we are doing everything we can to move forward with good optimism, but also a healthy dose of skepticism with each of our steps. And I think that will make the project healthier. But we don't have a choice. Our systems are falling apart. We are well past the time of moving into a system versus paper, and we're going to get it done.
Thank you. Next we have, are you all set, Representative Toole?
Yes, thank you. I guess
All right.
we'll get into it more during when we work on our segment next week.
Terrific. Next, we have Representative Reisman and then Representative Copeland.
Thank you, Senator Green. And thank you for your testimony, Commissioner. I have a couple questions. One is, can you tell me what your current staffing levels are and how many positions this supplemental budget would add to that number? That's my first question.
Yes, that's a good question. I off the top of my head, we have 1,200 positions in DAFs, and but I'm not exactly sure the total count, because I testify in front of 5 different committees. But I will pull a one-pager together for you.
Okay, I appreciate that. My second question has to do with the funding for the central administrative applications. It totals $8.875 million. And I think Representative Toole did touch on that a little bit. Is it safe to say that it will not be fully implemented by the end of this budget period that's on this list here? Is that fair to say? I'm not
By the end of fiscal year 23,
Yeah.
fully implemented, probably not. I think, are we hoping that by the end of fiscal year 23, that there's the database that has consolidated some of our more siloed processes and systems? Yes, I think so.
Okay, I appreciate that. Just two more pieces to that. One is, do you plan on running a dual system while you transition from one database to another?
So that is a topic of conversation that has come up, and we're going to let our new implementer help us with that process. It would be very complicated to do that for everybody involved. So that is a part of the process of before you switch over to the new system, making sure that you're doing all the testing and running parallel in like a test environment parallel while you're still using your old system. We have all intentions of doing that. I'm not sure that we will run both at the same time.
Okay, last but not least, after you're fully implemented, will your department show a decrease in personnel costs because of efficiency?
That is not on the table right now. No, we don't have enough positions to do the work that we're doing now. While some positions work will change, they'll only pick up some of the work that we're not able to cover right now.
Thank you.
Representative Copeland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Figueroa, thank you for being here and for presenting that information. I know it's a lot of work and I certainly appreciate it. I have 2 points that I have questions on. One is about the new technology. You talked about it being implemented for payment of vendors, but does this also include user fees? So I know when we talked about this last year, there was talk about, you know, I know that the state treasurer has a separate payment thing, and that we were trying to automate the entire state. So I'm just curious if that line item has to do with user fee as well. You know, people can pay their fees online or something.
So are you talking about, I'm sorry, are you talking about the Workday project?
No.
The HRM, okay. So, so you're just talking about interfaces that citizens have with state government?
Yes. And you talked about earlier, and I don't have which page it was, but you talked earlier about, you know, updating vendor payments, you know, so they could be done more efficiently.
Oh, okay.
Electronically.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Yes, that project.
My apologies.
No, I understand now. We're in the automation and validation verification of our vendor payees. And you're asking if they'll pay online?
Well, I'm asking more generally about the automation in our technology, and if people will be able to pay whatever they need to pay online rather than mailing in checks and so forth.
Okay, so I think that is a different topic than our proposal. Our proposal is for how we pay vendors, and right. Yeah, and I know I understand what you're asking for. We definitely have in our main jobs recovery plan, we have a component of that work that is digitalizing the way that citizens interact. I will say that's more about, like, I think I talked about this before, in that a lot of that work is more about making sure that the foundation for the systems that we will implement have, you know, that the foundation is stronger rather than the individual systems. But we can talk more in the work session about opportunities where we are moving to systems where citizens can pay differently. Part of main jobs and recovery involves a new licensing system. component, but I'm not sure that. So let me get more information for you at work session about if there are any particular projects that are moving towards that. Obviously, the intent is to build our structure so that we can move towards that place. We talk about, right, there's an app for that, or being able to interact with us a little differently than people can do now. And we can talk about some of the opportunities that we have to do that.
Thank you. And switching gears yet again, my next one is about state workers and their wages. Now, you're adding a lot of positions or reclassifying positions, and I'm just concerned about state workers. They're currently 15% below private sector workers, and the pandemic inflation is 7.5%. We need to take care of our own. And we're talking about workplace shortages and so forth, and we need to make sure that we take care of them. So I didn't hear anything about that in this presentation.
So yes, and there's a lot that we can discuss about that. I would like to say that the 15% was an average, and also that the 15% number was before the last two collective bargaining sessions that we've had. So so this is where I have some information on this, and we will get you the details. The current collective bargaining increased by 6%. I believe last bargaining increased by at least 4%. And actually, Brina's here, so she could correct me and give accurate numbers. So I'd like to make it very clear that progress has been made on that number, and that, again, it's an average, that some are higher and some are lower. And that there was no consideration in that study for a couple of other things that would be factored in. But we have, and I do want Brina, if you don't mind, to just pipe in with a couple of pieces of information, but we have an extensive human resources framework supporting our state employees in a number of ways. Brina, do you want to just jump in with a couple of sentences? Thanks.
Sure, and thank you, Commissioner, and thank you to the committee members. Yes, the 15%.
Would you just, I apologize, would you just mind introducing yourself and your title? That would be great.
Certainly, I'm very sorry. I'm Brina Bissell. I'm the Director of the Bureau of Human Resources. And yes, the 15% was an average from only a select number of benchmark positions that were looked at 2 years ago. So, or more than 2 years ago. So it's not about every position in state government. In fact, there were some positions that I've had to look at recently that were 122% over the market. So, but again, that was quite a while ago that benchmark was done. And since then, we have had a number of increases through collective bargaining, and including in this last round of bargaining, a 2% increase for many that happened in December. Some of them are just getting it now in March. And then this July, we have another 4%. And then the contract before that, I was just going to look up, but I'm on camera before I had a chance to, so we can get you that information. But there were raises in the previous collective bargaining agreement as well.
Do we have an updated report, or we're going on the Department of Labor's report from 2 years ago?
It wasn't a Department of Labor report. It was a report that was done through our negotiated classification and compensation study from the previous contract with MSEA, the Maine Service Employees Association. So we had hired a vendor to do that study at that time. And no, we have not hired another vendor to do another updated study.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Copeland, don't forget, we can get you more information for the work session. So what you don't hear today will be available probably shortly.
Thank you. I would appreciate that.
Representative Hymanson and then Representative Toole.
Hello. So this is back to workday. IT system replacements are really hard and wearing on staff, as you eloquently described. I've been through a few of them and watched one. How are you handling that so we don't see burnout and staff turnover?
I'm sorry, I heard it cut out a little bit for me. How are we handling
that so we don't see burnout and staff turnover?
Well, that is an ongoing discussion that we have in state government, because I can tell you that I think I'm on my 27th year. When I first started in this department that many years ago, we were having a conversation then of what we called the workforce tsunami, the silver-haired tsunami, which was the fact that we had a big bulk of people that were going to retire around now, and that we ought to do a bunch of things to get ready for that. And we do our best with the resources that we have. And I will say that state employees are a dedicated group of individuals that want to do the very best for their job and for the citizens and for their role that they play. And this project, we've lost staff that had extended their plans to retire. They extended their plans so that they could finish this project, and have since retired because they were ready to do that. And we're doing our best to keep people motivated. I think the new implementer has dealt with projects that have not succeeded at first try, and have discussed with us ways that we can keep people energized and make this project feel new, not a continuation of an old thing that hasn't worked. But we can't hire as many positions as we need, and we don't have the capacity to hire positions to train while people are transitioning. But we do all the stuff that you can do that's not that. We are supportive. We communicate with our employees a lot. We've recognized some missteps in the project and are looking to hire vendors that will recognize that those existed and make sure we don't step there again. And we're going to do it. They're dedicated to doing it. And, the end game is so exciting when you think about where we'll be. I think that is one of the real key motivators. Like, they can see what will happen when this project is complete and how much better it will be for managers, employees, data, everything. So that's a pretty big motivation for them as well.
Well, if you would thank them, I would appreciate that.
Well, let's just do that right now, and I will do it again. But in case they are listening, there's a number of them. They know how much we appreciate them, but it's really great to say it again. And thank you for that. I feel that way about all state employees, by the way, so we'll give a shout out to everybody. I do want to say that the total headcount request for DAFs in this supplemental is 27.5 positions.
All right.
Thank you.
Representative Toole.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I apologize for putting my hand up a second time. There were a couple of things that, talking about the oil situation earlier on in your presentation, Commissioner, and I guess that's a symptom, or somewhat a symptom, of the world that's going on outside of this building or even outside of this state. But with that in mind, has DAFs done any kind of analysis, or has any concern there as far as, well, I shouldn't say any concern, it's a serious concern that gas prices, fuel prices, all of that is going up, skyrocketing. And are you concerned that your request isn't going to be sufficient. But with that also, are you looking at where those products are coming from? Is in what countries? And whether there's been any thought about looking internally, or if that's even feasible, or what the cost would be. Has there been any discussion around that?
You know, I know that our Bureau of General Services is having some of those conversations. One of the things is that we enter into contracts, and so in some cases, we're still in those old contracts, and so our dollar amounts aren't going to shift as much. In this particular case at the Dorothea Dix Center at the complex in Bangor, our contract ended, and so when we renegotiated, the prices went up. I will get an evaluation. Yes, obviously, some of those costs are going to go up, but I will get a more formal evaluation from the Bureau of General Services for the committees.
And thank you for that. And with that, I know there is a national discussion about where those products, oil is coming from. And I wondered if you had any similar conversation internally or with the chief executive.
I haven't personally had those conversations yet about oil. I mean, you know that we were having them about certain alcoholic beverages, but different committee.
No, I did.
But
that's why I brought it up.
Yeah, I will. We'll follow up on that.
Any other questions from either committee for this part of the testimony we just heard? Okay, I'd like to go over to members of the public, and we have 4 people in attendance. Before we get to the Secretary of State's office and the Treasurer's office, I just want to see if there's anyone in the attendee list who would like to testify on this portion of the budget. Looks like Jeff McCabe. I'll move you over to panelist. And if there's anybody else in the list of attendees who'd like to comment on this part of the budget, please raise your hand so I can move you over to the panel. There's Jeff. Mr. McCabe, go right ahead.
Well, good morning, Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, members of the Appropriation and Financial Affairs Committee. Good morning, Senator Baldacci, Representative Matlack, members of the State and Local Government Committee. I am Jeff McCabe, proudly representing Maine Service Employees Association. I serve as a legislative and political director, and I appreciate the conversation that occurred today. I often will say to folks on the State and Local Government Committee that you don't necessarily get enough credit for sort of the nuts and bolts of the executive branch and other branches of government that you work on such important issues. We're here today in strong support of many of the initiatives that you've heard today. I was also thinking back to probably about a year ago when Representative Millett referenced sort of staffing issues at DAFS and asked the commissioner at that time, when there was a discussion around federal funds and the implementation of those funds, if there was enough positions within DAFS to carry out those tasks. At that time, the answer was yes, that there was, or that they would make do. But I think it's really clear from today's presentation, it's clear from our daily interaction with DAFS and BHR that there is a need for additional positions. Many of these positions are appointed positions, probably and outside of our representation, but they're folks that we work with on a daily basis. You spent some time talking about recruitment and retention this morning, and I appreciate that, and we'll send along some information as well. But it's clear that those positions are needed for recruiting and retaining the state workforce. Also, the discussion today about Workday and a technology-based HR system is vital. That's something that we are extremely frustrated with, and I appreciated the question from Representative Toole. This is not something that we're part of designing, but it's something that affects the operations at MSCA. It affects the programming that we provide to our members. And we also know firsthand how challenging it is for those folks at the state who are dealing with an outdated system. So we are extremely supportive of those initiatives. We will hopefully be providing the State and Local Government Committee in the coming weeks an update on the revamped compensation classification aspect of the state pay system. And that's something that's ongoing, and we're excited that that work continues with DAFs. And also, I would be remiss if I didn't say very publicly that in the midst of the work that's going on around addressing the pay gap, the work that's going on around this reclassification system, that we're in the middle of a pandemic. I don't think anybody expected that to occur. And so we are mindful of that. I think sometimes, to be honest, we might lose sight of that, and we might not mention that, but we did want to sort of say that publicly, that we recognize that. We are also concerned, though, that some of the questions or discussion today around staffing didn't include discussion or additional staff, including additional legal resources for folks at BHR. We've seen instances where some things have taken longer because we just don't feel that they have the necessary staffing to deal with settlements. You've heard me speak before about things like hazard pay. We were able to settle our hazard pay grievance, but we think that that took longer because of not having staff resources. So we are supportive of that. We are supportive of anything that has to do with public service coordinator positions, and look forward to seeing those continue on in the budget. And I'm happy to take any questions at this time, and I will provide for the work session some information around compensation. I know it was discussed, the increases in negotiated wages, but those wages were actually just sort of evaporated by what occurred with massive inflation in the past few months. So I wouldn't necessarily say that we've made huge strides, and that's after a number of years of just 1% raises for the state workforce too. So we do have a ways to go, and we look forward to working with the state. So
you were wrapping up, so I didn't interrupt you, but now you're way over.
Thank you, Representative. Appreciate that. Happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions for Mr. McCabe? I am not seeing any. So as always, we're grateful for your participation, and thank you for coming.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I don't see any other hands up on the attendee list, so I think we will move on now to our next item, which would be the Department of the Secretary of State. I believe Secretary Bellows, I did see her earlier. There she is. Welcome, Secretary Bellows. Floor is yours.
Thank you, and good morning, Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, Senator Baldacci, Representative Matlack, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committees on Appropriations and Financial Affairs and State and Local Government. My name is Shanna Bellows. I'm a resident of Manchester, and I am Secretary of State, here to provide testimony in support of the items presented in the supplemental budget for the Department of Secretary of State. Department initiatives begin on page A152 of the budget document. And the first two initiatives for the Department of Secretary of State are related to the Maine State Archives, which is led by our state archivist, Kate McBrien. We take very seriously our constitutional responsibility to safeguard all government records for historic preservation and to make them accessible to Maine people now and into the future. There are two general fund initiatives for Maine State Archives. The first provides funding to purchase software and maintenance for a digital preservation system. The all other request is $125,679 in fiscal year 22-23. This is an item I'm extraordinarily excited about. It's long overdue. As you are well aware, record creation by Maine state government departments and agencies has shifted from paper to digital, including for archivally significant documents. The state of Maine, Maine State Archives, does not currently have a system to collect and preserve these digital-born records, risking the loss of thousands of important state documents. Indeed, when we reflect on the last decade itself, I have concerns that we are already losing documents that may be important for the history of our state without a mechanism to capture and preserve them for archival purposes permanently in Maine State Archives. I know state agencies are eagerly awaiting archives' ability to collect digital records, and this would set us up for a request for proposal process to identify and purchase the best digital preservation program. Estimated subscription costs in following years would be $104,179. I'll pause for questions unless I should finish the next initiative in archives. Senator Breen, what's your preference?
Secretary Bellows, go right ahead and finish all of your testimony, and then we'll do questions.
Okay, great. The second initiative in Maine State Archives provides funding for technology cost increases. The all other request is $5,763 in fiscal year 21-22 and $20,786 in fiscal year 22-23. This initiative reflects the increase in the amount that Maine State Archives is billed by the Department of Administrative and Financial Services Office of Information Technology. While we have our own information services department and we maintain all of our independent hardware and software applications, OIT, as you know, maintains the network for the entire state. OIT is changing the way they bill for network access to base it on the number of devices used by an agency. That includes computers, printers, cameras, credit card readers, and all other devices connected to the internet. This increases the cost to all divisions within the Department of Secretary of State. The rest of the initiatives pertain to the Bureau of Corporations, Elections, and Commissions, and are referred to under the prior designation of the Bureau, which was formerly known as the Bureau of Administrative Services and Corporations, a term that dates back to the early 1990s, and I know can be confusing to the public, but this does include elections and corporations. The Division of Elections is our state's guardian of democracy, overseeing all state and federal elections for the state of Maine. The Division of Corporations, UCC, and Commissions serves as a repository for all records relating to business and nonprofit corporate entities, as well as all liens filed on personal property under the Uniform Commercial Code, and oversees notaries, public boards, and commissions for the state of Maine. There are 7 general fund and 1 other special revenue fund initiatives. The first initiative provides funding for the approved reorganization of 9 customer representative specialist corporate positions to 9 office specialist 1 positions. The personal services request is $2,760 general fund and $1,573 other special revenue funds in fiscal year 21-22, and $9,506 general fund and $4,756 other special revenue funds in fiscal year 22-23. This is a management initiated reorganization from customer representative specialist corporate positions to office specialist 1 positions approved by the Bureau of Human Resources on December 14th, 2021. The second initiative provides funding for technology cost increases. The all other request is $52,774 in fiscal year 21-22 and $59,267 in fiscal year 22-23. As I described, while the Bureau of Elections, Corporations, and Commissions oversees and maintains all of our own software and hardware, including the central voter registration, all corporate services, and online services, we access the network managed by OIT. This reflects billing by OIT to the department. The third initiative provides funding for the approved reorganization of 1 customer representative associate 1 position to an office specialist 1 position. The personal services request is $1,156 in fiscal year 21-22 and $5,184 in fiscal year 22-23. This is a management initiated reorganization approved by the Bureau of Human Resources on December 14th, 21. The next initiative provides funding for the approved reorganization of 2 office specialist 2 supervisor positions to 2 corporations and elections program specialist positions. The personal services request is $1,812 in fiscal year 21 and 2022 and $15,319 in fiscal year 22-23. This management initiated reorganization from an office specialist to supervisor position to a corporations and elections program specialist position was approved by the Bureau of Human Resources on December 14th, 21. The next initiative provides funding for meter postage increases. The all other request is $8,545 in fiscal year 21-22 and $12,805 in fiscal year 22-23. Federal postal rates will increase in April 22 by 2% and will be reflected in meter postage costs, which are significant given the elections related mailings that the department performs. 6, this initiative provides funding.
My name is Rita Martinowski, and the town office.
While I find out who's muted. There we go. Sorry for that interruption, Secretary.
No problem. The next initiative 6 provides funding for the approved reorganization of 3 customer representative specialist elections positions to 3 office specialist 1 positions. The personal services request is $2,288 in fiscal year 21-22 and $8,073 in fiscal year 22-23. This management initiated reorganization from customer representative specialist elections positions to office specialist 1 positions was approved by the Bureau of Human Resources on December 14th, 21. And the last and final initiative provides funding for the approved reorganization of 1 public service manager 1 position to a public service manager 2 position. The personal services request is $2,182 in fiscal year 21-22 and $13,315 in fiscal year 22-23. This is a management initiated reorganization from a public service manager 1, director of corporations position to a public service manager 2, division director, division of corporations, UCC and commissions position approved by the Bureau of Human Resources on December 14th, 21. This concludes my testimony on the items included in the governor's proposed 2022-2023 supplemental budget, and I'd be happy to answer any questions now or at the work session. I know that Kate McBrien, our archivist, and Deputy Secretary Julie Flynn are both also available to answer questions now or at the work session.
Thank you, Secretary Bellows. Are there any questions for from either committee for Secretary Bellows or the folks from her office who are here today? One second. Representative Matlack and then Senator Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With regard to LD 1155, which was actually heard in the VLA committee and not state and local government, but I believe it may reflect on our portions of the budget. Recently, there have been so many discussions about the security of elections, the need for audits to prove how secure our elections are, and other aspects of elections that have come under scrutiny in the last 2 years. 3 years, however long it's been since people have started seriously questioning elections around the country and also here in the state of Maine. I know that our elections are very secure here in the state of Maine. We pride ourselves on that. But we don't do audits here. And I believe that is something that is necessary. LD 1155 by Representative Grohowski addresses this issue. Madam Secretary, I was wondering if you have, I don't see any initiatives with regard to staffing for auditing. Is this something that you have contemplated?
We would fully support an amendment to the budget should the committees decide to move this in. We do fully support LD 1155, which would create an audit and training division within the Bureau of Elections. Representative Matlack, you may know that Maine is one of only 6 states that does not provide post-election audits, and you're correct. Our elections are safe and free and fair and secure, but there are best practices that have been proven around the country for post-election audits. And additionally, I will say we are hearing increased requests from clerks about training. We had a meeting with all of the municipal clerks just a couple of weeks ago, and we asked, what could we do better in elections administration? And they said, can we please provide more training in addition to the annual 2-day training that you provide? So we, Representative Grohowski has a bill that is on the table as LD 1155. It would provide for 5 positions for training and audit division. I would just add that I do think the situation has taken on even more seriousness over the last week. Given the Russian invasion into Ukraine, federal election authorities have briefed chief election officials, including myself, and secretaries of state across the country about what they see as emerging and increasing cybersecurity threats. We are really excited. My office has organized a cybersecurity summit to train municipal clerks and their staffs all across the state on cybersecurity. That's happening March 22nd. And we have invited our partners at OIT to participate, as well as our partners at the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, CISA, our federal partners, including our own cybersecurity staff at the Department of Secretary of State. But I think it just underscores the need for additional support to the municipalities. And I think that is crucial.
If I may, Madam Chair?
Sure, go ahead.
Yes, I'll bring up LD 1610 again with regard to staffing for data collection and implementation. I understand that the Secretary of State's office would be part of that implementation, and I was wondering if that is something that you're also supporting.
We do support LD 1610. So Article 5 of the Constitution charges the Secretary with overseeing all of the records for all of state government. And I think perhaps what the state of Maine as a state has been a little bit slow to do is recognize that those records are not just paper, but are also all of the digital born records that we're creating. That's why the digital preservation system is so important. But that's why LD 1610 is so important. It charges me to work in partnership with the Chief Information Officer at OIT to develop data governance, management, policies, and a program. And that includes the state archivist and the permanent commission as well to take an approach with equity and inclusion. We have recommended 2 positions to accompany that program. One of those positions would be at Maine State Archives. We have 1 digital archivist. We're recommending an additional digital archivist to manage a data governance program because we work with state agencies every day on records retention requirements and on the transmittal of records from their agencies to archives. But this would take that an additional step. There's a second position as well that would be an architect, a data architect, to look at how we structure our systems. The Secretary of State, for example, has all of the Bureau Motor Vehicles records, all of the identity and license information. We have all of the corporate records for the state at the Bureau of Corporations. So how do we structure our systems, which we maintain ourselves, to better collect data and make it accessible to the public now and into the future? So we would welcome incorporation of LD 1610 into the budget. Maine State Archives does not have an additional headcount in this budget. That digital archivist could be really crucial to the success of that program.
Anything else, Representative Matlack?
No, thank you very much for your time today, Secretary, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Sure thing. Senator Bailey, then Representative Reisman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So thank you, Madam Secretary. What do we need to do to correct that mislabeling of the Bureau of Administrative Services and Corporations to accurately reflect that it is the Bureau of Corporations, Elections, and Commissions? And again, I think it's just something important so that the public is on notice when we go through budgets, that they are just aware of what is actually being heard and put on notice of that. So I don't know if you know what we need to do. It might be a question for Commissioner Figueroa. It may be a question for our analyst, Maureen Dawson, but it seems like we should correct that. Thank you.
I wholeheartedly agree because we definitely have heard confusion from advocates and members of the public about where is elections in the budget, and administrative services does not adequately capture that, especially because we are not HR for state government, we are elections. So I think that would be great, and I will look into that for the work session and see if we can bring back some information.
Thank you.
Senator Bailey, I suspect it would be an amendment in the language section of the supplemental budget, but we can ask our analyst if that's correct. Anything else, Senator Bailey? All right, Representative Reisman.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and I want to thank our committee chair for bringing up Bill 1155. And I wanted to ask first if Secretary could provide our committee with some narrative about how we would get that inserted into the supplementary budget. And she alluded that she said there were 5 positions. Does she have an idea, Secretary? I'm sorry, speaking to you. Do you have an idea how much the fiscal note would be for that? Thank you.
Yes, that fiscal note had been prepared for 1155, and it is 5 additional positions, as you mentioned, to create an audit and training division. The net cost to the general fund in fiscal year 21-22, well, this was predicated on a full year. So let me start with 22-23, be 488,168, and then their projections. We can get revised, more accurate estimates for you, given that this would need to be pushed into the next cycle. But there is a fiscal note attached to 1155, and it is for a head count of 5. That is modeled. So at the Bureau of Motor Vehicles, we have an audit division that has 5 individuals who audit all municipalities on vehicle registrations and other transactions that they perform for us. We actually also have 4 trainers who train the municipalities in motor vehicle services. But we used that model to develop that fiscal note. And again, Maine is one of only 6 states that doesn't have this. We actually do think this is something that could be really move us forward.
And to answer your question, Representative Reisman, when we incorporate LDs into a budget document, it's just an amendment to the budget bill. So it's mechanically not that challenging. It's the money and the policy parts that are more challenging. The mechanics aren't that hard.
Thank you.
Representative Martin, do you have your hand up? You do have your hand up, but you don't want your hand up. All right. Any other questions for Secretary Bellows or folks from her office? All right. I think that concludes this section. Thank you, Secretary Bellows. It looks like our analyst, Maureen Dawson, is popping on, which means she usually has something important to tell me.
I'm not sure it's important, but it's regarding the Program Bureau of Administrative Services and Corporations and the renaming. If it was to be renamed, that would be something could be done. This is the only program that actually is under the jurisdiction of 2 committees. So even renaming them will be an interest. It's always interesting to try to split that. You can't really split a program very well and inform the public. So I just wanted to say that pieces of it are under VLA and pieces of it are under SLG. So, and the only way to really stop that kind of confusion is to split the program, which I'm not at all sure that the Secretary of State's office would want to do. But in any event, a renaming would help a little, but it wouldn't completely solve the dilemma that you face every time there's a election position being covered in that.
So it's a little messier than what I said.
It is. It is. And like I said, it's the only one that I know of, except perhaps state police, that has this issue. And it's always a challenge when we schedule hearings.
Secretary Bellows, did you want to add something?
I just wanted everyone to be well aware there are no additional positions, there are no additional costs in this budget before the VLA committee. So everything that you see before you that you're hearing right now is all of the budget requests for the Bureau of Elections, Bureau of Corporations, Elections and Commissions. So I just wanted to make sure that everyone was aware that there is no other headcount and no other requests being made elsewhere in the budget.
Thank you.
And to add that, I flipped a coin and put it under SLG. What we'll do is VLA will get those initiatives in their report back template, and they can comment on those reorganizations related to elections.
All right. Anything else before we conclude with this and move on to Treasurer Beck?
Madam Chair?
Yes. Oh, we have a member. Yes.
I didn't
Thank
know
you
if there
very
might be
much.
some public who wanted to testify.
Thank you. Thank you. Representative Grohosky, I will move you over now to panelist. And anybody else who wants to comment on this part of the budget proposal, please raise your hand. I see Will Hayward. I'm going to move you. And Patty Dubois, I'm going to move you. So it looks like we have 3 people. Representative Peirce, would you be willing to run the clock?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Representative Grohosky, if you're here, we welcome your testimony.
Thank you so very much for having me, and also for working through some of the complications of which is the correct committee configuration to discuss budgetary matters within the Secretary of State's office. Good to be with you this morning. I am Representative Nicole Grohosky. I serve the people of the city of Ellsworth and the town of Trenton in House District 132. And I send my greetings to you, Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, members of the Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs, and also members of the state and local government, who I appreciate already your questions on LD1995, which is slightly out of your regular purview, but I appreciate your interest in it. And I'm glad to be here to discuss the Secretary of State's budget contained in LD1995. I would encourage this committee to include LD1155, an act to require election transparency and audits into the supplemental budget for the Department of the Secretary of State, in addition to the 2 other appropriations that you have heard about this morning. Thus far, the legislature has been very supportive of this bill, passing it in the House under the hammer and in the Senate with a vote of 32-0. Public confidence in our elections is of the utmost importance and must be earned, not taken for granted. I personally have great confidence in the election process in Maine because I have worked full days at the polls, hand counted ballots, observed recounts, and done a great deal of research into our systems in order to answer my own and my constituents' questions. It is to our credit that here in Maine, we have paper ballots and a robust chain of custody and security system to protect them. Our clerks and their staff take their work very seriously, and I am grateful to them for the long days and nights they put in to ensure our elections are successful. Not all citizens are as aware of how an election works, how they can get involved, and what to do if they have questions or concerns. Thus, LD1155 includes components designed to improve citizen understanding of election procedures, as well as the process for collecting and using public feedback about elections in Maine. It is important that the state provide easily accessible and understandable information to citizens who may hear conflicting information about our elections or wonder just exactly how we do things here in Maine compared to other states. It is also critical that the state pilot and prepare for post-election audits that limit the risk of inaccurately certifying an election. Routine audits of any system are important to ensuring it works as designed, identifying opportunities for improvement, and detecting any abnormalities. Post-election audits are a critical tool, allowing election officials to identify and correct tabulation errors, whether those errors are introduced by a malicious actor or by inadvertent human or technical error. I'm not suggesting that there is something concerning in particular to route out today, but I am a big believer in gathering baseline data and making iterative improvements to systems, and elections are no exception. Maine has always been a leader in election practice, but as you heard, we are one of only 6 states with no audit provision, so we're a bit behind the curve on this. 3 states, Colorado, Rhode Island, and Virginia, already mandate newer risk-limiting audit methods, and another 7 states are moving in that direction. It is time for Maine to join them. Because a robust post-election audit requires more than just a visual examination of paper ballots, this bill also introduces procedures to audit the election process, including a system of citizen oversight to ensure that elections throughout the state are conducted uniformly and in accordance with state law. So I would conclude by saying our democratic republic rests on both the accuracy of our elections and public confidence in our election results. LD1155 includes provisions to identify and correct any tabulation errors, as well as provisions to enhance transparency. To strengthen and protect our elections here in Maine, we need to invest appropriate resources by including LD1155 in the supplemental budget. Thank you all for your time this morning and consideration of my testimony, and we'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Representative Grochowski? I am not seeing any. So thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you. Thank you for all your work over here.
Sure. Next, we have Will Hayward.
Good morning. Is my audio coming through?
It is. Yes. Thank you.
Excellent. Good morning, Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, Senator Baldacci, Representative Matlack, and members of the Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs and the Committee on State and Local Government. My name is Will Hayward. I'm here today as the Advocacy Program Coordinator for the League of Women Voters of Maine, and I'm testifying with respect to the portion of LD 1995 concerning the budget for the Secretary of State. I'm testifying to urge you to include funding for LD 1155 in the forthcoming supplemental budget. This bill received a strong bipartisan vote in the first session of the legislature, and it directs the Secretary of State to design, pilot, and implement a program of post-election audits. It also creates opportunities for the public to provide oversight throughout the election process to enhance public confidence in our nonpartisan professional election officials, as well as the election outcomes they report. Maine must embrace and fund this important bipartisan election security legislation. Post-election audits are an increasingly critical tool in today's overheated elections environment and are now considered best practice. They are endorsed by nonpartisan organizations such as the League of Women Voters, the National Academy of Sciences, and the Brennan Center for Justice. In Maine, this bill has been endorsed by the Mainers for Modern Elections Coalition, a coalition of organizations that support accessible, secure, and modern elections. Although considered a state with strong election laws and processes, Maine lags when it comes to election audits. As has been stated, over 40 states already require a post-election audit. It's vital that Maine augments its already strong election laws with a robust post-election audit. A newly created audit program would provide data and expanded resources to support the high-quality election administration, not only to the elections division of the department, but also to municipal election officials around the state. This last point is critical. We hear time and time again that our local elections administrators need, what they need most is more resources provided by state elections officials. Funding LD 1155 would help advance that goal. The state's elections administration has been chronically under-resourced for many years. What was adequate resourcing 25 years ago is no longer adequate today. The field of elections administration is not what it was then. The technology has changed, the political pressures have changed, the cyber and other threats have changed. The level of expertise required to perform these functions has changed. We must respond to this changing landscape with additional resources if we hope to remain a national leader in elections administration. We encourage full funding in this initiative and encourage the legislature to consider additional funding for the elections division. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I would be happy to answer any questions from the committees.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Will Hayward from members of either committee? I am not seeing any. So thank you again for coming.
Thank you.
Next, and I believe last in the public testimony is Patty Dubois or Dubois. Would you correct me?
Dubois, but either is actually fine. Thank you, Senator Breen, and honorable senators and representatives. I don't have anything formal prepared, but I wanted to speak in favor of the requests for additional funding from the Elections Division, the Corporations and Elections Commission, the 7 items that were mentioned. In addition, as a member of the Elections Working Group that works closely with the Secretary of State's office staff, we have expressed concerns about training requirements. We have 500 municipalities and those clerks turn over, and we need training for those clerks. We partner with them on that. So we realize they're very short-staffed, and that additional training that's being mentioned through the support of LD 1155 would benefit our members greatly. I'm also an instructor for the Maine Towns and City Clerks Association, so I work closely with Julie Flynn and Secretary Bellows to provide training to municipal clerks. So I'm here to speak in support of those additional measures, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Patty DuBois from any members of either committee? All right, I don't see any, but really appreciate you coming today to offer your perspective. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So I believe this concludes the portion of our hearing today that's related to the Secretary of State's office. So we're going to move on to the Office of the State Treasurer, and we have Treasurer Beck here. The floor is yours.
Good morning, Senator Breen, Senator Baldacci, Representative Peirce, Representative Matlack, and members of both committees. I am State Treasurer Henry Beck, and I'm here to testify in support of my office's portions of the supplemental budget. All of my remarks and all of the initiatives regard, again, our operational budget, specifically unclaimed property. It's covered under Administration Treasury. Given the hour, we're close to lunch. I will, not give you the full briefing on what unclaimed property is. I know both committees are aware of that program and its purpose, but I did want to discuss with you the three very important issues we are requesting. The first is $15,000 for the ongoing cost of implementing the Kelmar Fraud Index, or KFI. This is a fraud detection and claim risk profiling feature that assesses risks for fraud on every claim using a proprietary AI feature. High risk claims are flagged for additional scrutiny. And as both committees are aware, during the height of COVID and otherwise, states, including Maine, saw a significant jump in fraud attempts throughout state government. And unclaimed property was no exception. It was a target. We believe that the quick implementation of KFI in 2021 has created a stopgap measure for bad actors. And just two or even just one failed attempts at a fraudulent claim saves the state thousands of dollars and protects the property of the rightful constituents' unclaimed property. The second initiative, increase funding for the unclaimed property program by 5% based on current expenditures. That exact amount is $16,273. Cost of running this program have risen considerably since the last time we came before you to ask for an increase in funding, and that was in fiscal year 2018. And our ability to run the program efficiently and effectively depends on having the funds we needed to conduct this work. The largest single non-personnel related cost in this area is our unclaimed property software, the system called CAPS. Cost for this service has risen in the last 5 years from $135,000 to $143,000. And that creates some tough decisions about what we can and what we can't do. The third request, the third initiative, provides for funds in the amount of $50,000 to conduct much needed outreach to both holders and property owners. Holders really are the businesses, those people who are reporting the unclaimed property of another to our office. We do not have in our office a dedicated full-time employee to oversee holder outreach and holder education, engagement, and management. And so we do use a standard tool called STACS, or the State Targeted Assisted Compliance System, to increase holder unclaimed property compliance by performing outreach, delivering education, and managing other voluntary compliance initiatives. On the property owner side, we do, if you were willing to approve this initiative, we would continue to find new and innovative and efficient ways to connect with your constituents regarding their unclaimed property. We have pursued at least one successful data sharing agreement with a few key state agencies, and that gives us access to hundreds of thousands of updated addresses that have made the process of finding property owners and reuniting them with their property much easier. But there is a cost in these new strategies and initiatives. So for example, the most recent COVID relief check program, by conducting some searches and analyses, we took that list of 525,000 property owners, compared it to our unclaimed property list, and we were able to find, using good, valid data, given the recent nature of the program, 62,000 Mainers who had $5.5 million in unclaimed property. We were able to sort of send without them having to make a claim. But of course, that came at a cost of about $19,000. We were able to absorb that in our general budget, but we can't always do that every year as we continue to use these new tactics and strategies. We're confident that with these initiatives, we can continue to run a successful unclaimed property program. And of course, as both committees know, continue to use the program as a source of important revenue for the state. As we know, unclaimed property programs have really two purposes. One is to find rightful owners and also to maintain a small revenue program for the state. I'm happy to answer any questions on these initiatives, and I'm joined this afternoon, by two members of my office, Laura Hudson, the Director of Internal Operations, and also Jeff Chakowskis, who oversees our unclaimed property division. They can likely answer any very specific questions if I'm not able to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Treasurer Beck. Any questions for the treasurer or members of his office on the testimony you just heard from committee members? I am not seeing any. But very grateful that you were here to present your testimony and that you made your staff available as well. Thank you.
Our pleasure. We'll be available at any time during your deliberations.
Thank you so much. I believe that brings us to the end of this morning's testimony and public hearing. We are scheduled to reconvene, appropriations is scheduled to reconvene at 1 o'clock with the Economic and Community Development Department and our colleagues on IDEA. I see a question from Representative Reisman. His hand is up.
Yes, Madam Chairman, thank you. Typically on these hearings, we have a narrative part, make reference to like Part G or Part J or whatever it might be. Were we supposed to get something like that with this?
From the Office of the Treasurer?
I think mostly from DAFs probably.
Yeah, we did get that. I guess Maureen is coming on now to give you a little bit more information about that.
Thank you so much.
I don't believe there are any language parts that fell under the jurisdiction of this committee in the supplemental budget, which is unusual and why you didn't hear any testimony about language parts.
Okay, thank you.
So I think we will bid a fond farewell to our friends from state and local government. Thank you all for coming. We look forward to your deliberations and your report back on what your committee thinks we should do.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair. And state and local government will reconvene at 1 o'clock. We have public hearings followed by work sessions at that time. So thank you for hosting us, and we look forward to chatting with you about our recommendations soon. Thank you.
Terrific. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure.
All right, so appropriations, folks, we are scheduled to go back on at 1 p.m. where we will be joined, as I said, by the Department of Economic Development and our colleagues on the Joint Standing Committee on Innovation, Development, Economic Advancement, and Business. That's at 1 o'clock. And then at 3 o'clock, we have testimony from DAFs and Defense, Veterans, and Emergency Management, Ethics and Election Practices, and the Gambling Control Board, and we'll be joined at 3 by our colleagues on the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. So we do have a break from now until 1 o'clock. Are there any questions or concerns from any members before we take our break. Welcome, Representative Arata and Representative Millet. Good to have you.
Thank you.
All right, well, I don't see any questions, so I think what we'll do is turn off your camera or sign out. It's up to you, but at least turn off your camera and your audio and have some lunch.
Madam Chair, you're on mute.
Good afternoon. We'll just give everyone a couple minutes to come back. Thank you so much.
Greetings, everybody. Sorry, I'm a little late getting back. Welcome to the 1 o'clock session of the Appropriations and Financial Affairs Committee in conjunction with the Committee on Innovation, Development, Economic Advancement, and Business. I want to make sure I got that correct. Most of us have introduced ourselves. I just want to ask Representative Millett and Representative Arata to introduce themselves, and then Senator Curry, we will have you lead introductions of the IDEA B committee. So Representative Millett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Solon Millett, House District 71, including towns of Norway, Sweden, Waterford, and West Paris.
Thank you. Representative Arata.
Hello, my name is Amy Arata, and I represent House District 65, which includes New Gloucester and a part of Poland.
Wonderful. Are there any other members of AFA from the morning that did not get introduced? If so, if you would raise your hand, I would appreciate that. I am not seeing any. So Senator Curry, would you lead us in introductions of the IDEA B committee, please?
Thank you very much, Senator Breen. I'd like to, so I'll just call on folks, and I'd call on Representative Sue Austin.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Sue Austin. I represent portions of Gray, portions of Raymond, Casco, and all of Fry Island.
And Representative Hassenfuss.
Thank you, Representative Davis Hassenfuss, representing House District 81, which is Winthrop, Reedfield, and part of Monmouth.
Representative Collmore.
Hi, I'm Amanda Collmore. I represent House District 106, Pittsfield, Clinton, and Detroit.
And the House Chair, Representative Roberts.
Hey, I'm Representative Tiffany Roberts, representing House Districts, which is the majority of North Berwick and South Berwick.
And I believe I've skipped over Representative Ducharme. Representative Ducharme, did you want to introduce yourself again, or are you good doing double duty today?
I'm good doing double duty. Thanks.
Right. Thank you. I do not see any other members of the committee here. I'm taking a second to scour the panelist list, but that appears to be it. And I am Senator Chip Curry, and I represent Senate District 11, which includes the 26 rural, coastal, and island communities of Waldo County. Thank you, Senator Breen.
Thank you, Senator Curry, and thank you for welcoming us. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. I believe we have Commissioner Johnson leading us off. I'm not sure if she's here yet. Maybe there's somebody else from DECD who is presenting that testimony. Oh, Denise Garland is here. Welcome.
Thank you. You ready for me to get started? I'll jump right in.
Go right ahead. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Breen, Representative Pierce, and members of the Joint Standing Committee of Appropriations and Financial Affairs, Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, and members of the Joint Standing Committee of Innovation, Development, Economic Advancement, and Business. My name is Denise Garland. I'm the Deputy Commissioner for the Department of Economic and Community Development, and I am here to testify in support of LD 1995, the supplemental budget. As Governor Mills said, Maine people deserve every ounce of hard-won progress, and we have achieved that we have despite the pandemic, and Maine people have earned the progress that is yet to come. The supplemental budget provides additional relief to Maine people and ensures the continuity of the programs and services so vital to Maine residents. The governor has proposed giving back half of the surplus to Maine taxpayers to help them confront inflation, and she sets money aside in the Budget Stabilization Fund and other important reserves to ensure we can continue to fully fund public education and revenue sharing, two major accomplishments of this legislative body and this administration. The governor also focuses sharply on addressing Maine's biggest challenges, tackling our state's long-standing workforce shortage to improve our economy, providing an affordable world-class education for Maine people, and on bolstering a healthcare system that has been pushed to the brink because of the pandemic. The governor seeks to do this in a fiscally responsible manner that provides needed assistance and support to Maine people while heeding the warnings of Maine's nonpartisan Revenue Forecasting Committee, which has expressed significant concern about shifting economic conditions, calling the fiscal environment unprecedented and variable, and noting that the accuracy of their forecast becomes less reliable in future years, leading them to urge caution in the use of revenues. For the Department of Economic and Community Development, or DECD, the supplemental budget reflects increases in funding to support lost revenues and redevelopment efforts of the former Loring Air Force Base at Limestone, funding to cover the increased costs associated with the centralized financial and human resource services, and additional funding for the Maine Development Foundation for its support for the Maine Economic Growth Council. As a public instrumentality of the state, the Loring Development Authority, or LDA, is seeking funding to offset the decline in revenues as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. Viable business prospects in 2020 dwindled with the onset of the pandemic, and efforts to replace lost lease revenues declined through 2021 and into 2022. An additional source of revenue to the authority comes from the Loring Job Increment Financing Program, which produces revenues based on the number of jobs. Loring saw a decline in net jobs over the past 2 years, which added further strain on its budget. The executive director retired during this timeframe, and reduced revenues have precluded the authority from hiring a replacement. Fortunately, he has agreed to assist with the redevelopment efforts as needed until revenues can be increased. Recognizing that providing ongoing support to Loring is not a sustainable solution, DECD, the Loring Development Authority Board, at the request of the governor, embarked on a process with a third-party consultant to produce a sustainability plan that was released in July 2021. With the financial status of LDA at a crisis stage and expenditures that continue to outpace revenues, Loring is operating at a loss of about $45,000 per month and $100,000 per month during the winter months. The debt load is extensive at over $2.9 million at the end of FY21. Because of this debt load, additional borrowing capacity is limited or non-existent. LDA has an extensive 3,800-acre campus that comprises a significant aviation complex, over 2.7 million square footage of available building space, and numerous infrastructure assets. LDA currently has 11 tenants that are property owners, including the Loring Job Corps, which occupies 9 buildings, and 23 organizations leasing space. In addition, the campus houses the Defense Finance and Accounting Service Center, which occupies a state-of-the-art building accommodating 600 employees. Many of the vacant properties have not been heated or maintained due to excessive costs and are in disrepair. However, approximately 543,000 square feet of space of existing buildings are considered in good condition and available for lease or for sale. Loring has recently received congressional support to assist with building demolition and road improvements. Looking to the future, the sustainability plan identified the need to engage in a new and enhanced marketing campaign and to target certain business sectors, as well as overhaul Loring's website, which was created over 20 years ago and doesn't accurately reflect the status of the facility. The sustainability plan also highlighted business development prospects with short-term and long-term potential, specifically targeting the aviation, aerospace, value-added food processing, forest products, and advanced manufacturing sectors that match the capabilities and assets of the base and the surrounding workforce. The plan also identified that Loring should leverage marketing and business development support from DECD and the Mid-Coast Regional Redevelopment Authority, MIRA. Consider pursuing sales to other master developers, review options for funding an airport master plan to keep the aviation options open, and pursue other federal funding programs. Recent development efforts have seen an increase in solar energy production, as well as agricultural storage. DECD recently launched a site selection online portal to advertise properties for sale and lease in the state of Maine, and we now have Loring properties listed prominently on that website. The supplemental budget initiatives are listed by a couple of accounts, and they begin on page A44 of the supplemental budget. The first initiative requests one-time funding of $970,100 in FY22 from the unappropriated surplus of the general fund to the other special revenue account to cover certain operating expenses at Loring. Loring Development Authority ran out of operating funds in December, and DECD has offered temporary assistance to keep the facility open, and the board has been working with banks to defer payments. In July 2022, Loring will receive its annual JTIF payment, which will support continued operations. The second initiative on page A44 requests funding of $9,198 in FY22 and in FY23 to cover the 6% increase in costs assessed on the department for the centralized financial and human resources services provided by the Department of Administrative and Financial Services. The initiative for the Office of Business Development may be found also on page A44. This initiative requests funding of $200,000 in FY22 and $200,000 in FY23 for DECD in collaboration with the Loring Development Authority Board to administer programs for marketing and business attraction efforts with the goal of increasing ongoing revenues. DECD will issue necessary RFPs and contracts to ensure that business attraction efforts are amplified and marketing materials are promoted. Increased revenue should not only provide the necessary revenues to sustain the facility, but cover the cost associated with the necessary staff to maintain and promote the facility into the future. The initiative for the Maine Economic Growth Council may be found on page A45. The Maine Economic Growth Council is established in statute. The general fund appropriation is provided through an annual contract to the Maine Development Fund Foundation for the support and administration of the Maine Economic Growth Council. The Maine Development Foundation and the Maine Economic Growth Council are key partners in tracking the success of the 10-year Economic Development Strategic Plan. The Council's most public work is the annual Measures of Growth report. The initiative requests funding of $35,000 in FY22 and in FY23 to accommodate the increased costs associated with staff support for the Maine Economic Growth Council. The last initiative appears in the language section, part B, be found on page 29, and provides the statutory language to transfer the $970,100 from the unappropriated surplus of the general fund to the Department of Economic and Community Development, Admin, Other Special Revenue Funds account. This initiative relates to the budget initiative previously discussed on page A44. I do have the Honourable Lynn Bromley, Loring Development Authority board member, with us today, along with Carl Flora, the Executive Director of Loring, Steve Levesque, the retired Executive Director of the Mid-Coast Regional Redevelopment Authority and outgoing Loring board member, and I believe you'll be hearing from Yellow Breen from Maine Development Foundation on the Maine Economic Growth Council initiative. This concludes my testimony for the Department of Economic and Community Development.
Thank you very much, Ms. Garland. We appreciate that and appreciate you bringing along some other folks who might be able to answer some questions. Are there any questions for the folks from the ECD, Loring, MDF on any of that testimony? Representative Austin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. How are you?
It's good to see you.
Good to see and be seen. I'm trying to keep a lid on things out here in Gray. What do you think? Think I'm doing okay? This particular question can go out to any of the folks that perhaps Senator, the Honorable Lynn Bromley in particular. In the marketing work that you're suggesting here, will the bids be opened, wide open, or will they be suggested to be for only Maine businesses to respond to? Just asking, I have no opinion right now, but just asking because I know someone will be wondering about that. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess. Oh, okay.
I would let you answer, Denise, but she said my name and she was on my committee, Representative Austin. So were I there, I'd have to bring you candy, but since I'm not. I'll defer to Denise, but the marketing that we are prioritizing is to really reach out to companies and concerns to locate at Loring, to get more revenue into Loring, to have more tenants and more activity. And, you know, the phone just doesn't ring on its own. We have to sort of go find those. And that's the purpose of that money. If that answers your question, Representative. Nice to see you.
Thank you. Thank you. Nice to see you. I understand that, and I can see where that is very necessary. I just wondered, sometimes when we've gone out for advertising, maybe through Maine Tourism, things like that, I know there's always been that question as to, was the work done within the state, or was some of that made up and done from with service providers outside?
Yeah, and this is primarily, thank you for that clarification. That's important. This is mainly for shoe leather and, you know, people actually going out to conferences, to reaching out to other businesses. So other than the contract that we have with Steve Levesque, that will be primarily, you know, spiffing up our website, which has needed it for a really long time, and supporting those marketing efforts, whether it be, you know, materials or attending trade shows or that sort of thing.
Thank you very much. And Madam Chair, if I may, one more.
Sure.
Again, to whom may be able to answer this? I heard the reference to Job Corps, and I think I heard it signified that they utilize 9 buildings. Is that correct?
This is Carl Flora speaking, and that is correct.
Can you give a small maybe overview of that, how that program works? And it was quite a while before I even realized that they were there. So I don't know if you can share anything handily or not.
Certainly, they were one of the initial tenants at Loring. The federal government simply reserved those buildings when they transferred the balance of the property to LDA. They kept the buildings for DFAS and Job Corps. And Job Corps, as I said, occupies about 9 buildings. It's a training program operated by the U.S. Department of Labor through a private contractor. It's geared towards students aged 16 to 24, and they learn a vocation, or typically they stay for about 18 to 24 months and leave with the knowledge of a vocation.
Thank you very much, Carl.
Any further questions, Representative Austin?
I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Okay, Representative Fay.
It occurs to me that I feel like I need to know more about how Loring operates and the structure. And so I'm hoping that maybe we can get some information about, you know, the layout of the space, you know, what the mission is, and then, you know, sort of how all of this is structured. I think that would be really super helpful for me personally, and looking forward to that. Thanks.
We can get that for the work session. That'd be great. Any further questions for DECD or any of the other folks joining us? I am not seeing any. I do see a person in attendance. So I'm gonna see if that person, Nate Wilds, wants to testify on this portion of the budget, or if you're gonna wait. If you want to testify, offer public testimony on this portion of our hearing, just raise your hand, I'll move you over. Okay, that's not gonna happen. So I don't see anybody else in attendance to testify. So I think we will conclude this section of today's testimony, and thank you. Oh, Maureen Dawson is here.
Hello, I'm wondering if Mr. Yellow Breen had testimony to give. He's a
Oh, I
panelist.
was going to get to him in a minute.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Finance
I thought it
Authority.
was all in the same group. Pardon me, Madam Chair.
You think I'd forget Yellow Breen? I mean, come on.
It did strike me as odd. Thank you.
So now we're going to hear from a man who's not related to me, but I have tremendous respect for him anyway, Yellow Breen from the Finance Authority of Maine, to talk about the Educational Opportunity Tax Credit Marketing Fund. And there's also some language in the
Madam
budget.
Chair?
Yes.
I think Bill Norbert is here from FAME and Yellow Breen is here from MDF.
Oh, thank you so much.
So maybe I don't know. We have a lot of people are joining us today. It's good to see everyone.
So I bet Mr. Norbert is presenting on the Educational Opportunity Tax Credit Marketing Fund.
That's
I
correct.
believe so, yes.
Oh, phew. Thank you so much, Representative Peirce. And looks like Representative Austin has her hand up again. Is that something, do you have a question?
I think I saw Nate say he was with us, and can you check the chat thing?
Yes, he is going to offer testimony on the educational opportunity person. So I'll move him over to the panel because he's with Live and Work in Maine, I think. So I'll move him over.
Oh, yeah, he is.
Thank you all for your help. Mr. Breen, do you have a question?
No, I just wanted to, if it's okay with the committee, I just wanted to indicate I had submitted additional written testimony. I should quit while I'm ahead since there were no questions, but I'm happy to elaborate in any way. And I just want to note that Economic Growth Council Chair Steve Von Vogt has also submitted testimony, and I think he had a conflict until 1:30, so he may miss you all today, but do know that you have testimony from him, and certainly either of us is available at any point to help the deliberations.
Thank you very much. Mr. Norbert, I believe you're up.
Thank you, Senator Breen, and Senators Breen and Curry, Representative Peirce and Roberts, and distinguished members of the Appropriations and Financial Affairs Committee, and also the Innovation, Development, Economic Advancement, and Business Committee. My name is Bill Norbert. I'm the Governmental Affairs and Communications Manager at the Finance Authority of Maine. I live in Brunswick, and I'm here to speak in support of the governor's proposed initiative related to marketing funds for the Educational Opportunity Tax Credit. It's found at Part A on page A72 of the bill. FAME serves as a pass-through entity for marketing funds for the program, which help raise awareness of the credit statewide and out of state. We have been directed by the legislature to contract with a private nonprofit entity to help market the credit. FAME currently contracts with Live and Work in Maine, LLC, to help publicize the program. They've done a great job with limited funds of $48,500. This initiative provides additional ongoing marketing funds of $26,500 more, which would bring the total annual marketing funds to $75,000 to enable them to reach more businesses and individuals to promote the credit. We would encourage your support of this initiative, and as has been noted, Mr. Nate Wiles is here as well to offer testimony if you like and answer questions. There is another matter regarding language, which I can wait or I can deliver now. It's certainly your call.
Why don't we hear from Nate? You're not testifying on behalf of the administration or the department. You're offering public testimony? I'm a little confused.
Yes, Madam Chair, I'm here as Live and Work in Maine is the nonprofit which has been marketing the Opportunity Maine tax credit for the last 5 years. And so I'm here to testify in regards to the marketing dollar allocation contained within the bill. And we are an independent nonprofit. We do not represent the state.
Okay, why don't you go ahead and offer your testimony because it is already in the bill. And then we will go back to Mr. Norbert or take some
Great.
questions and go back to Mr. Norbert.
Excellent, thank you. I'll be as brief as I can here, and I'm happy to stick around for a bit and answer questions. We've served as, Maine Revenue Services is certainly the technical expert from the legislative perspective and from the statutory perspective. We are the the group that's been on the front lines of managing taxpayer expectations and marketing and awareness. And so I'm happy to stick around if there are questions that we can help answer. As you may know, my name is Nate Wilds, and I serve as Executive Director of Live and Work Maine. We're a 501c3 nonprofit statewide, founded in 2016 to market and promote our beloved state as a world-class career destination. I'm here to speak in support of what we've already discussed. So in 2017, we were encouraged to reply to this RFP from FAME for, at the time, was a little known marketing budget, and it was a little marketing budget of about $20,000 per year. And we've been selected by FAME each year since to continue that marketing effort. Truthfully, we were marketing the credit already prior to us being aware of these dollars, and we're unaware of that spend, which, like I said, started at about $20,000. The proposed dollars in this legislation will roughly triple that. So in each year, Live and Work in Maine has invested over $100,000 per year in direct marketing dollars and staff time to support the awareness building of the EOTC. So just to put a pin on that, the state has chipped in roughly $20,000 historically. Our total annual spend on promoting this has exceeded $100,000, not because we necessarily want to allocate all those dollars, but because it has frankly demanded that much attention, and we have found such good traction that our board has really seen it as a necessary public service to continue raising awareness for this. So the excess budget, just to be clear about where those dollars have come from, the excess budget above and beyond the legislative allocation have come from Maine-based employers who are our largest supporters financially. So since that time, since 2017, we have doubled the dollar amount of student loan payments reimbursed to Maine taxpayers, which represents tens of thousands of individuals who have established their careers and lives here in Maine. So for about $100,000 per year in marketing spend that Live and Work in Maine has invested, since 2017, we have enabled nearly $100 million in reimbursed student loan payments. That's no small chunk of money. The ROI is even better if you want to look at it from a state dollar perspective. Certainly, we look at it from what have we invested? We've invested $100,000, and we've gotten some great results. And so what we're here to do is to demonstrate to you what more dollars coming from the state and from the legislature will enable. So the $100 million, just to put a key on what that means, because it's getting lost. Sometimes I forget how many, we're so often talking about billions of dollars these days that you somehow forget the importance of $100 million, which is a weird thing to say out loud. It's a lot of first-time home buyers. It's a lot of childcare expenses, and it's a lot of relieved young Mainers. I mean, the majority, this is not an age prescriptive tax credit. This is prescriptive based on the fact that you have student debt. So you can be 21 years old, you can be 101 years old. It doesn't matter. All it represents is people who have invested in themselves. But certainly, the average demographic of a person who has taken advantage of this is certainly in their 20s. These are folks who are coming out of, again, the stereotypical age of folks who go to higher education and are looking to start their career somewhere. And we've managed to attract them or retain them in Maine. And this credit is available to them as a result. So the credit has historically been considered complicated and nuanced to market. And we welcome the proposed changes to simplify the credit overall. We'd also encourage the legislature to remember that this reformed credit is only more accessible and it is only more powerful if the people who qualify are made aware of it. In other words, good legislation is only good if people know what it means for them. We've had great momentum with the prior credit framework, and we are well positioned to continue that work. But any changes, this is sort of a true statement about anything, but any changes to this tax credit in particular will require more marketing efforts to reach a greater level of awareness. We've got to re-educate folks who are current users, and we've got to bring in more people into the fold in order to grow the impact and have the desired effect that the legislature is seeking with this simplification of the credit. So most particularly the first...
Mr. Wilds, yes. We are running a clock on all of our testimony just to be consistent. So if you might summarize, and I'm sure we'll get to some questions.
No problem. 2 sentences left. So we're in favor of the benefit, and we're in favor of the increased dollars to spread the word. So in short, we're optimistic the proposed changes will bring real and meaningful benefits to attracting and retaining the workforce. We've got a great track record with arguably a complicated tax credit. So we're optimistic that with this reform and this relatively minor bump in annual marketing spend, we'll be able to have a disproportionately positive impact going forward.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions either for Mr. Norbert or Mr. Wilds about the Educational Opportunity Tax Credit Marketing Fund? Representative Peirce.
Thank you so much. This is a question for Mr. Norbert, or I guess either, but really for FAME in particular. I believe when I first was elected and I was sitting on the education committee that this request came through the education committee. So maybe I'm remembering something incorrectly. Help me if I am. And then a follow-up question is, FAME does the hiring of live and work in Maine, and I'm wondering a little bit about that process. And then is the only client the opportunity tax credit? Is that the only thing that Live in Maine works on, or do you work on other projects as well? So I threw a lot out there. I'm hoping for those answers.
Well, first, Representative Peirce, yes, I think you remember correctly. It was the Education Committee when you served that thought it would be a good idea to have marketing funds for this. And to answer your second question, you actually put in statute that FAME shall contract with an independent nonprofit in Maine to help publicize the credit. So the way that works, you do an annual RFP. It's a one-year RFP. And for a number of years, there were, first of all, there's been few replies, but Live and Work in Maine has always replied. And at one point, they were joined with MDF, Maine Development Foundation, to sort of co-market it. But that stopped a couple of years ago, and it's just Live and Work in Maine. And the third part of your question, I know Mr. Wilds could answer. I believe they do some other work with the state of Maine as well.
Yes, thank you. In short, this is one of many things that we do, Representative. We exist, so this is a relatively minor part of our budget. It's a one tool in our toolkit. So our organization exists to build that toolkit available to employers and communities to attract and retain people here in Maine. So we've got everything from events and programming to developing specific assets that folks can use in telling the story about why you should choose to come to Maine with your career. So this is one of those tools in that toolkit, but certainly we're fortunate in Maine to have, frankly, the challenge is we've got so many reasons you would want to bring your life and your career to Maine that our job is really to distill those into very powerful tools that can convert people from wannabe Mainers into real Mainers. And so this is one example of that. And certainly historically, it's been a very effective tool to do so. And that's why we're very interested in and compelled to see it continue because frankly, employers which are the real beneficiary here, aside from Maine's general economy, that the employer community can benefit from this because this is a huge talent attraction and retention tool, right? So the employer is not involved in this in any way, shape, or form, but employers tell us, in addition to the individual anecdotes, certainly as a user myself, it's been very rewarding to stay in Maine as a result. But employers are quick to tell us that this is a really powerful tool in making an offer to someone to either stay in Maine for a job or to come here for a job. This is kind of that cherry on top of, hey, we can offer you a great job. We can give you that quality of life that everybody in Maine can achieve. And by the way, in addition to this job offer, you've got access to some great tax credits like Opportunity Maine.
Thank you very much.
Are there any further questions for Mr. Norbert or Mr. Wilds? I am not seeing any. So I will say thank you again. Thank you both for coming. And Mr. Norbert, looks like you want to say something.
Yeah, there's another piece that when you're ready.
Oh, that's right. Yes, go right ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the next brief remarks I wish to give, with your indulgence, is to speak in support of two initiatives of the governor's in the budget found at language part CC on pages 38 to 39. These technical changes will help us comply with federal deadlines associated with ARPA funding of these programs and will allow us to finally get these programs up and running. The first initiative amends the Nurse Educators Loan Repayment Program by changing the required program commitment period from a minimum of 5 years to 3 years. This is to comport with the federal regulations associated with the ARPA funding for the program and to ensure that the program funds are expended by the end of 2026. As you may well know, according to the regulations governing such funds, funds need to be committed by December 31st, 2024, and they need to be expended by December 31st, 2026. So although the statute, which had been on the books for a while and which was amended last session by the IDEA committee and the legislature, had a 5-year commitment, which seemed ideal to get people to work longer as nurse educators and have a commitment. In order to use the federal funding, we have to shorten that to 3 years. So that's what we're doing here. And then I have some language in the testimony about what the program would do. You might recall there are a crop of nurse educators who are nearing retirement age or who have retired. And there's a real need in our workforce to have actual nurse educators teach nurses and the new generation of nurses. Tremendous workforce needs, as you know, for this. In return for doing this for 3 years, they can get some of their student loans paid back. And it depends on what kind of degree they have. They can get a total of up to $20,000 if they have a master's degree student debt, or up to $40,000 for those who possess a doctoral degree. So that's the first part. Also, there's another portion of this regarding nurse educators that would change. On the books for many, many years was this language, which we never paid attention to because the program was never funded. And now that it's funded, we looked at it and we're surprised to see that it had a major substantive rulemaking language associated with any rules that FAME might undertake. And we thought this was curious and odd and that it should be changed. All the other programs that we administer with respect to any program at FAME, but also student loan repayment in particular, have routine technical rulemaking. So we think that must have been an error. And so we just would support changing it to routine technical rulemaking, which is our habit, as I've said. This is certainly a detailed statute. It doesn't require a lot of interpretation, and it's certainly the type of work that FAME is very familiar with. So we would ask for that change as well. The second initiative within Part CC amends the date by which funds must be expended in the main healthcare provider loan repayment pilot program. This program has a 3-year return service commitment with disbursements being made annually. Without knowing what the final deadlines for expending funds would be, you might recall last session the legislature adjourned and had required, we made our best guess at what the timing should be. But basically the legislature did put language in the statute saying that the program would sunset by December 31st, 2024, or whenever funds are fully expended. And it turns out that it won't be possible for us to expend all funds by 2024. And that in this case, we are asking for a little more time because the program hasn't started running yet because the federal funds haven't been made available to us yet. And once this change occurs, we can comply with the federal regulations and we can get the program up and running finally. So I also have some language you can see describing what the program is. It's basically $1 million to fund this loan repayment program for outstanding education loan debt by certain healthcare professionals who agree to live and work in the state for 3 years. And we're grateful for inclusion of this language in the bill, and we urge your support for it. And I thank you for your consideration. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Norbert. Are there any questions for Mr. Norbert on this part of his testimony? I am not seeing any. So I think that, does that conclude your testimony for today?
Yes, it does, Senator. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you very much for joining us. And if we have any questions, we know where to find you.
That's right. Thank you.
All right. And I don't see any members of the public here to testify on that. So I think we will move on now to the Department of Professional and Financial Regulation, Licensing and Enforcement. And I believe we have Commissioner Head back with us. There she is. Welcome, Commissioner Head, and take it away.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Appropriations. Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Innovation, Development, Economic Advancement, and Business. My name is Ann Head. I'm the Commissioner for the Department of Professional and Financial Regulation. I'm here today to testify in support of the Supplemental Budget Bill LD 1995. I'm pleased to present information to both committees regarding the governor's supplemental budget request for DPFR's Office of Professional and Occupational Regulation, also known as OPOR, and on the schedule, it is listed as Licensing and Enforcement, a title that we had many years ago. I am going to, in the interest of time, because Denise Garland read this so beautifully, I'm going to skip to exactly what I need to talk about today. In addition to the 3 initiatives I will discuss today, initiatives for DPFR's Bureau of Consumer Credit Protection and the Board of Dental Practice under the Joint Standing Committee on HCIFS were presented last week on Wednesday. So those have been taken care of, at least for the moment. Questions to certain, responses to certain questions are being put together right now and will be presented later. So going on to the Office of Professional and Occupational Regulation, which starts on page A145. OPOR is one of 5 public protection programs within the department. It is an umbrella administrative agency for 37 professional and occupational regulatory programs. OPOR and its licensing programs protect the public against unsafe, incompetent, or unethical practitioners through licensure, establishment of practice standards, inspection, complaint investigation, and when warranted, imposition of professional discipline. Full-time OPOR state staff and board members appointed by the governor implement license qualifications determined by the legislature, set standards of practice and ethical behavior, and assist in conducting disciplinary proceedings. The program is funded with other special revenue funds from license fees. Initiatives for the Office of Professional and Occupational Regulation begin in the middle of page A145. The first initiative, and there are 3, first initiative increases all other allocation by $38,946 in fiscal year 22 and $142,348 in fiscal 23 to provide funding for additional legal support from the Office of the Attorney General. Each licensing board is assigned an assistant attorney general to provide legal advice on matters that come before each board. Both OPOR and the AG's office anticipate, in response to a September law court decision, and I've added the site there, that the office will need to retain additional legal support to comply with the court's directive to separate the AAG's legal advisory role in support of licensing boards from the prosecutorial role of AAGs for these boards. Already the AG's staff has devised a way of implementing or complying with the court's directive, but there's no question that it will require another FTE from the Attorney General's office to assist our licensing boards in OPOR. The next initiative reorganizes 2 positions, increasing them from part-time to full-time by eliminating 1 vacant position and reducing the hours of another vacant position. Both new positions were established last session for the Board of Pharmacy program. This reorganization has essentially no impact on the program budget, but because it reorganizes 2 positions established by this legislature, we were advised that it would be best to request legislative approval before proceeding. Public Law 2021, Chapter 65. These are both bills are focused on the Board of Pharmacy. LD1995 established 1 part-time regulatory health compliance agent position to manage the increase in workload associated with the regulation of pharmacists' authority to dispense HIV prevention drugs. Public Law 2021, Chapter 271, established a one part-time position, Comprehensive Health Planner 1, to manage increases in applicants for authorization to administer adult injections of certain drugs approved for the treatment of mental illness and substance use disorder, as well as the investigation of complaints. This initiative proposes to supplement these two authorized part-time positions using two existing vacancies, the hours attached to those vacancies, to create two full-time positions that will enable the program to manage the increased workload generated by the two bills as the legislature intended. It would also give the program the ability to attract more qualified candidates through recruitment of two full-time positions rather than two part-time positions. Finally, the initiative addresses the program's need for additional support for enforcement, compliance review, and complaint investigation. The final initiative decreases OPOR's personal services allocation by $78,377 in fiscal 22 and $109,710 in fiscal 23, and provides the headcount and personal services allocation to the Bureau of Consumer Credit Protection to correct an error in Public Law 2021, Chapter 357. The law passed last session intended to establish one permanent principal consumer credit examiner position within BCCP to implement and oversee private education lending and the private student loan lender registry. But the allocation for the position was inadvertently provided to the Office of Professional and Occupational Regulation. So the corresponding entry for BCCP increasing its personal services allocation can be found at the top of the page. This concludes my testimony in support of the governor's supplemental budget proposal, and I appreciate your time and consideration and would be happy to answer questions. And if I can't answer them, I will certainly provide responses for the work session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Commissioner Head related to her testimony in those initiatives? I am not seeing any. So I think unless anyone raises their hand, I think we are done. And I see no attendance. Nobody here from the public to testify on this portion of the proposed budget either. So thank you, Commissioner Head, for joining us.
Thank you. I appreciate the time.
Thank you. We appreciate your time too. So I believe this concludes this portion of our afternoon activities. Appropriations needs to continue at 3 o'clock with the VLA committee, but I'm pretty sure this wraps up our time this go around with our friends on IDEA B. So thank you all for joining us. And we will see you live and in person on Wednesday in session.
Thank you.
Bye now. So appropriations, folks, we will be back at 3 o'clock to hear from DAFs on alcoholic beverage and lottery operations, from the Department of Defense Veterans Emergency Management, Commission on Governmental Ethics and Elections Practices, and the Gambling Control Board. So are there any questions before we take a break and return at 3? All right, we'll see you in about an hour. Thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. We'll just give people minutes to arrive. Just a reminder, though, we're still streaming live for those who have joined us.
Hello, folks. I think we will get started again. Welcome back to our appropriations friends. This is a public hearing on the governor's proposed supplemental budget, which is LD 1995. So appropriations has been on and off all day, and we are joined this afternoon for this section by our friends on Veterans and Legal Affairs. I see Senator Hickman is sort of here. There he is. Welcome, Senator Hickman. Would you like to start us off by having your committee introduce themselves? I can't hear you. Let me see if I can.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The prompt said that I couldn't unmute myself, so thank you for allowing me to speak. Let me turn down my other computer. Can you hear anything in the background? I'll get to that in a minute.
Yes.
Okay, hold on one second. That's what happens when you multitask. It's housing day in labor and housing, so here we are. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Craig Hickman. I represent Senate District 14, 11 towns in Southern Kennebec County, including my hometown of Winthrop, and I am the Senate Chair of the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. We have with us today many of our committee members, and so I'll go with those that I can see. Madam Chair, if you would allow me to allow my committee members to introduce themselves at this point.
That would be great, and maybe if they raise their hand, that would help you out. And
we'll
then
start with, thank
them
you.
all.
That's great. Representative Kinney. I think that all of us are going to have to need to be asked to unmute because it said that the host is not allowing anyone to unmute themselves at this time.
I'm doing that right now.
Thank you very much.
I am Marianne Kinney. I represent House District 99, which are the towns of Brooks, Burnham, Freedom, Jackson, Knox, Monroe, Thorndike, Troy, and Unity in Waldo County.
Representative Riley.
All right, there it goes. Hi, I'm Representative Riley. I represent House District 34, which is part of Westbrook.
Our House Chair, Representative Chiazzo.
Good afternoon, folks. Chris Chiazzo, House District 28, beautiful West Scarborough, Maine.
Representative Wood.
Hi, I'm Barb Wood, and I represent House District 38, which is the western end of the peninsula in Portland.
Representative McCray.
Thank you. I'm Jay McCray, representing Harpswell, West Bath, and Northeast Brunswick in the House.
Thank you. And Madam Chair, I believe those are the only committee members that we have present at this time. Representative Sapika, there you are.
Thank you very much, Senator. Hi, I'm Representative Laura Supika, and I represent District 126, which is on the best end of which is a portion of Bangor.
And we also have with us today, Janet Stocco, our wonderful analyst, and Karen Montel, our committee clerk. And we are happy to be here and to participate in this joint public hearing on the budget. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Hickman. As I said earlier, we introduced AFA people in the morning. So I think we will hop right to it. We are going to hear testimony from DAFs. Commissioner Figueroa is here. And then we're going to hear testimony from the Department of Defense, Veterans and Emergency Management. And then the Commission on Governmental Ethics and Ethics Practices. And then the Department of Public Safety Gambling Control Board. So we will start with Commissioner Figueroa, but before we start, Commissioner, I just want to query our members who just joined us. Does anybody have any questions before we get started?
But yeah, the last name is again is what now?
Madam Chair, we just want to make sure everybody mutes themselves. I'm hearing some background.
Yes, thank you. Okay, Commissioner Figueroa, welcome back.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs, Senator Hickman, Representative Chiazzo, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. I am Kirsten Figueroa. I am the Commissioner for the Department of Administrative and Financial Services. I'm here today to testify in support of LD 1995, the fiscal year 22-23 supplemental budget bill. As Governor Mills said, Maine people deserve every ounce of hard-won progress that we have achieved despite the pandemic, and Maine people have earned the progress that is yet to come. This supplemental provides additional relief to Maine people and ensures the continuity of the programs and services so vital to Maine residents. The governor has proposed giving back half the surplus to Maine taxpayers to help them confront pandemic-induced inflation, and she sets money aside in the Budget Stabilization Fund and other important reserves to ensure we can continue to fully fund public education and revenue sharing, two major accomplishments of this legislative body and this administration. The governor also focuses sharply on addressing Maine's biggest challenges, including tackling our state's longstanding workforce shortage to improve our economy, providing an affordable world-class education for Maine people, and on bolstering a healthcare system that has been pushed to the brink because of the pandemic. The governor seeks to do this in a fiscally responsible manner that provides needed assistance and support to Maine people while heeding the warnings of Maine's nonpartisan Revenue Forecasting Committee, which has expressed significant concern about shifting economic conditions, calling the fiscal environment unprecedented and variable, and noting that the accuracy of their forecast becomes less reliable in future years, leading them to urge caution in the use of revenues. The supplemental builds on the investments of the biennial budget and the Maine Jobs Plan, both enacted within the last 7 months. We will begin on page A3 with the Alcoholic Beverages General Operations Program. The Bureau effectively regulates the alcohol beverage industry in Maine by ensuring responsible business practices by agency liquor stores, beer and wine wholesalers, and bars and restaurants within a favorable economic climate. Through the guidance of the State Liquor and Lottery Commission, the Bureau has responsibility for the pricing, listing, and delisting of spirits. There are 5 initiatives in this program. The first 4 initiatives fund approved position reclasses. The Bureau sought a review of proposed job responsibilities by the Bureau of Human Resources. Based on those reviews, BHR confirmed that the position should be updated. Job responsibilities will be updated when funding is available. The first initiative funds the approved reclassification of 2 Office Associate 2 positions to Liquor Tax Auditor positions. This initiative increases the general fund personal services appropriation by $4,117 in fiscal year 22 and by $7,166 in fiscal year 23. The second initiative funds the approved reclassification of 1 Public Service Coordinator 1 position to a Public Service Coordinator 2 position. This initiative increases the Alcoholic Beverage Fund personal services account allocation by $5,937 in fiscal year 22 and $10,688 in fiscal year 23. The third initiative funds the approved reclassification of 1 Accounting Associate 1 position to an Office Associate 2 position. This initiative increases the general fund personal services appropriation by $1,518 in fiscal year 22 and by $2,713 in fiscal year 23. The fourth initiative funds the approved reclassification of 1 Secretary Associate Supervisor position to an Office Specialist 2 Supervisor position. This initiative increases the general fund personal services appropriation by $8,870 in fiscal year 22 and by $16,123 in fiscal year 2023. The fifth initiative establishes 2 liquor licensing inspector positions to provide investigative and compliance services work, inspecting and licensing retail liquor stores, restaurants, and clubs throughout the state. This request adds to the 5 liquor licensing inspectors currently covering the state. With the current staff level, it is extremely difficult to meet the existing demands on Maine's alcohol industry. The number of liquor establishments and other special permits issued and overseen by the Bureau is approximately 6,200 or 1,240 per inspector. By adding 2 additional inspectors, the count per inspector decreases to 886, allowing the inspectors to conduct more visits with manufacturers and establishments. This requested increase in the number of liquor licensing inspectors will result in each of Maine's inspectors still being responsible for more than twice as many establishments in an area 3 times the square mileage of compared to New Hampshire and Vermont. This initiative increases the Alcoholic Beverage Fund Personal Services allocation by $175,390 and the all other allocation by $75,473 in fiscal year 2023. The last staff's program scheduled for today is lottery operations on page A7. The Maine State Lottery offers instant tax ticket scratch games and draw games to the public, generating over $64 million last year to the general fund. The operations of this program are supported entirely by the proceeds from the sale of lottery tickets. The budget allocation supports the administration of the state's lottery games, including 22 positions responsible for customer service, marketing, field sales, security, and general operations. There is one initiative in this program establishing one games manager position to manage all lottery games in the state. The position will manage all state lottery games, including game elements comprised of artwork, prize structure, working papers, and game activity timelines. The position will be responsible for managing 40 instant ticket games, 9 draw games, and 15 fast play games, and allowing the lottery deputy director and marketing manager currently sharing those duties to focus on their strategic activities. Since fiscal year 2015-16, annual lottery sales have increased from 272 million to nearly 391 million, a more than 43% increase. This growth has resulted in a record 71 million in profits to the general fund for 2021. The Maine Lottery must continue to develop and market new and more entertaining games to compete in the marketplace of gaming opportunities. The Maine Lottery currently has 22 FTEs to support and manage the lottery, comprised of 1,100 lottery retailers across the state. For comparison, the following lotteries also have approximately 1,100 retailers, supported by a substantially higher number of FTEs. New Hampshire has 65, Idaho has 40, New Mexico 65, and Rhode Island 80. This initiative increases the state lottery fund personal services allocation by $85,991 and the all other allocation by $12,536 in fiscal year 2023. Finally, there is one language item I will cover today, and that is Part J on page 19 of the language document. This part authorizes the state controller to transfer $6.5 million in 2022 to the Maine Military Reserve Fund, established in Title V, Section 1523. This transfer will allow DVM, in conjunction with the state controller, to settle outstanding obligations of the Maine Military Authority. There is a negative balance in the Maine Military Authority Enterprise Fund because MMA was unable to earn sufficient revenues to cover their costs. There existed a $3.5 million deficit prior to embarking on the Massachusetts Bay Transportation Authority bus contract. That bus contract was not able to address the accumulated deficit and resulted in an additional financial loss, leaving a current deficit balance of $4.9 million. Additionally, MMA borrowed money from the Maine Department of Transportation for cash flow purposes and was unable to repay that loan due to insufficient funding. The outstanding balance due to MDOT is $1.3 million. With the exception of MDOT, all known outstanding creditors have been paid, resulting in the fund balance. The remaining $300,000 is intended to cover any unknown issues when closing out the fund. It should also be noted that there is currently ongoing an environmental study to determine if there is any liability for cleanup costs, as the MMA operation was considered a generator of hazardous waste. It will not be known whether any additional liability exists until that study is completed. And this concludes my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Figueroa. I think I will ask the Department of Defense, Veterans and Emergency Management to come on, and we'll just keep rolling along. And then we don't have many people for public testimony, but so I think I'll just keep going. Senator Hickman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had a quick work session request from the Commissioner. If possible, I don't know if the Maine Military Authority is required to do any annual reports to any department or, excuse me, committee of the legislature. But I guess I was wondering if there's a way for the committee to see some of the detail of what has been described that this transfer of money will cover on page 19, Part J. Thank you.
Sure. Would you like to respond to that, Commissioner Figueroa?
I will. I think the state controller is here if we need more information, but we can provide that. And additionally, as a reminder, the authority has been disbanded. Yeah, so there's, but yeah, happy to provide you're looking for the details of the 4.9 and 1.3.
That is correct. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Any other questions on this particular part of the testimony?
I do have one more question, Madam
Sure
Chair.
thing. Go right ahead.
In our deliberations, the committee is doing a lot of work with the liquor code. We are pushing the boundaries, if you will, of the three-tier system in order to provide for greater business opportunities for the owners and, of course, greater customer choices. And in those deliberations throughout this year, we have heard many times from the director of Bablo that he needed 3 more liquor inspectors to really be able to do a good job with what it is we are asking the department to do based upon policy changes. So I'm wondering why there are only 2 liquor inspectors requested in the supplemental budget.
Well, the process for position requests is a delicate balance between the departments advocating for their needs and the governor understanding what will land in the budget. And we all go through that process, including the commissioner that helps put the budget together. So I think what I would say is that I obviously am in conversations with Director Minio, and 2 is clearly better than none. And we will evaluate what the impact of the 2 has, and then we'll come forward and ask for additional if as needed.
Thank you, Commissioner.
So Senator Hickman, that would be one of those items. If your committee feels differently, you could document that in your report back to us so that we can take that under consideration if that's something your committee would like to weigh in on.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sure thing.
I think it would also be important that, of course, our request came before any pending legislation that might be happening. So especially if that's what the consideration is. But thank you.
Any other questions on this part of the testimony? All right, Commissioner Figueroa is going to still be around, I think. So if something comes up, we can circle back to her. Next is going to be the Department of Defense, Veterans and Emergency Management. And we have Scott Young here, I believe, to present testimony.
Yeah, that's correct, Senator Breen. Good afternoon.
Welcome. Go right ahead. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Appropriation and Financial Affairs, and also Senator Hickman, Representative Chiazzo, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. I'm Scott Young, Deputy Commissioner, Department of Defense, Veterans and Emergency Management, and I'm here today to testify in support of the Supplemental Budget Bill LD1995. The Department of Defense, Veterans and Emergency Management coordinates and administers the discharge of Maine state government's responsibility for all military, veteran, and emergency management activities through the authorization, planning, provision of resources, administration, operation, and audit of each. In addition to their federal mission, our soldiers and airmen are immediately available to respond to the governor and citizens of Maine in time of crisis. The Maine Bureau of Veteran Services provides numerous support services to Maine's 115,000 veterans and manages the 4 Maine Veterans Memorial Cemeteries across the state. Although not included in my testimony today, the Maine Emergency Management Agency is charged with all disaster mitigation, preparedness, response recovery, and homeland security operations within the state of Maine. I'll address the budget initiatives in the order listed in the public hearing testimony agenda, and the Department of Defense Veterans Emergency Management initiatives being on page A41. First, the Military Training and Operations Program 0108. There are 8 initiatives for the Military Training and Operations Program, 6 of which are reorganizations or reclassifications, and 2 are for the all other line category. On page A41, there are 6 new initiatives for the Military Training and Operations Program 0108. The first initiative provides funding for the approved management-initiated reorganization of 1 building maintenance superintendent position to a superintendent of buildings position. The general fund increases by $409 in FY22 and $2,747 in FY23, while the federal expenditures fund increases by $1,226 in FY22 and $8,242 in FY23. This position is critical to the Maine Air National Guard in that this position manages the Installation Property Management Program and assists with and determines the annual financial plan for staff, material, and equipment needs for the successful operation of our building maintenance program. The position is the primary point of contact for the development and implementation of the installation operational plans for property management and building maintenance, which ensures established objectives are validated and met. Finally, this position assists the facility manager with conducting building assessments and inspections. The second initiative provides funding for the approved management-initiated reorganization of 1 carpenter position to a building maintenance coordinator position. The general fund increases by $274 in FY22 and $1,093 in FY23, while the federal expenditures fund increases by $821 in FY22 and $3,183 in FY23. This position provides yearly preventative maintenance activities, monitoring and inspection of contractor work, adjusts the frequency of inspection, is on call 24/7, and is authorized to make adjustments for the repair and maintenance of facilities to include subcontract. They provide input to the yearly preventative maintenance program and are the subject matter expert for all structural, masonry, and carpentry issues. Additionally, the position assists the building maintenance superintendent and the facility manager with conducting building assessments and inspections. The third initiative provides funding for the approved management-initiated reorganization of 1 civil engineering 2 position to a civil engineering 3 position. The federal expenditures fund increases by $1,677 in FY22 and $10,645 in FY23. This position is required to provide the senior breadth and depth of facilities project management of a civil engineering 3 classification. It also requires a supervisory job classification to supervise 3 facility project managers and 1 engineering technician 4 position. The fourth initiative provides funding for the approved management-initiated reorganization of 1 custodial worker 3 position to an executive housekeeper position. The general fund increases by $188 in FY22 and $1,249 in FY23, while the federal expenditures fund increases by $564 in FY22 and $3,751 in FY23. The primary purpose of this position will be to perform maintenance and personnel services work of a supervisory nature in monitoring, coordinating, and overseeing day-to-day operations and staff engaged in a variety of custodial activities within multiple facilities. Responsibilities will entail planning, assigning, supervising, and inspecting staff work, overseeing and ordering delivery of products, testing and evaluating new equipment and products to maximize unit efficiency and cost effectiveness, and maintaining inventories of supplies and equipment. The fifth initiative provides funding for the approved management-initiated reorganization of 3 custodial worker 2 positions to 3 building custodian positions. The general fund increases by $637 in FY22 and $2,547 in FY23, while the federal expenditures fund increases by $1,908 in FY22 and $7,627 in FY23. The primary purpose of these positions will be to perform maintenance and personal services work involving the custodial care and maintenance of public buildings. Responsibilities will include cleaning floors and carpets, dusting and polishing furniture, washing windows, woodwork, toilets, washrooms, and fixtures, changing light bulbs, performing trash and recycling removal services, and operating and maintaining various types of custodial equipment. The final initiative on this page provides funding for the approved management-initiated reorganization of 1 office specialist to a contract group specialist position. The general fund increases by $322 in FY22 and $1,939 in FY23, while the federal expenditures fund increases by $965 in FY22 and $5,810 in FY23. The 101st Air Refueling Wing is authorized an office specialist position to support base operations. This initiative upgrades the Office Specialist 1 position to a contract grant specialist and is necessary to ensure all solicitations, bids, correspondence, contracts, and funding tasks for goods, services, and construction-related activities that are required of the Maine Air National Guard are accomplished in a timely and professional manner. Next, on page A42, there are 2 new initiatives for the Military Training and Operations Program 0108. The first initiative provides funding for custodial service contracts at armories and readiness centers across the state that currently do not have custodian or custodial services contract. These facilities are currently being cleaned by Maine Army National Guard members. This hinders the Maine National Guard's ability to perform mission essential training of service members across the state. Funding request is to support 13 armories with approximately 195,000 square feet of cleaning space. The general fund increases by $20,000 in FY22 and $81,000 in FY23, while the federal expenditures fund increases by $23,000 in FY22 and $94,000 in FY23. The second initiative provides funding to replace 2 vehicles leased through the Central Fleet Management Division. Presently, the Bureau has 2 vehicles at or beyond their useful life. Central Fleet has notified the Director of Building Operations and informed him they no longer intend to support the vehicles in question. Central Fleet recovers the cost of purchase in the first 36 months of the lease. This funding covers the difference between the current lease costs and increased costs for leasing new replacement vehicles. The general funding increases by $0 in FY22 and $15,108 in FY23. Next, I'll move on to the Veteran Services Program 0110, page A43. There are 5 initiatives for this program, all of which are personnel or reorganization actions. The first initiative provides funding to increase the hours of 1 part-time Office Associate 2 position from 40 hours to 80 hours. Public Law 2021, Chapter 49, added 2 new veteran service officers to the Maine Bureau of Veteran Services with the intent of growing outreach and support to veterans. As a result, the Bureau anticipates increased workload in the areas of financial record keeping, administrative functions, strategic partnership, and homeless veteran services. Making this position full-time will help the Bureau accommodate this increased workload. Having a full-time person in this position will also improve continuity of programs given our limited staff. The legislative headcount will increase by 0.5, and the general fund increases by $8,538 in FY22 and $35,903 in FY23. The second initiative provides funding for the approved management-initiated reorganization of 11 veteran services officer positions from range 23 to range 25. The general fund increases by $31,386 in FY22 and $135,717 in FY23. The agency has updated its minimum qualifications in response to federal requirements. Review of the current classification, audit information, and historical analysis of the class file revealed that although the nature of the work remains consistent with existing classification, the breadth and depth of the work is changing, directly related to the implementation of the Appeals Modernization Act, Mission Act of 2018, use of multiple complex web portal programs, VA pension program modifications. Responsibilities entail obtaining and retaining required certifications, supervising staff, overseeing day-to-day operations of field and itinerant officers, coordinating mental health and housing services, ensuring consistency and compliance with decentralized recognition programs, and leading and advocating for benefits before multiple VA entities. The third initiative provides funding for the approved management-initiated reorganization of 3 heavy equipment operated 2 positions to 3 grounds and equipment supervisor positions. The general fund increases by $2,732 in FY22 and $17,158 in FY23. Administration and maintenance of the grounds at the 4 main Bureau of Veterans Services cemeteries has become increasingly complex and multifaceted over the last decade. This position must now supervise and direct groundskeeping crews and private contractors at each of the cemeteries. This position must also adhere and manage operations in accordance with the State of Maine Veterans Cemetery Standard Operating Procedure, which incorporates specific and detailed requirements of the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs National Cemetery Administration. The fourth initiative provides funding for the approved management-initiated reorganization of 6 groundskeeper 2 positions to 6 heavy equipment operated 2 positions. The general fund increases by $8,038 in FY22 and $34,368 in FY23. These positions and others like it perform the duties of the current position while also routinely engaging in the plot openings and closures, attendance at funerals, upkeep of burial records and locations at the various cemeteries throughout the state. The duties of the position are more consistent with those of the heavy equipment operated 2. The final initiative provides funding for the approved management-initiated reorganization of 2 grounds and equipment supervisor positions to 2 grounds and equipment maintenance manager positions. The general fund increased by $2,021 in FY22 and $11,563 in FY23. As stated before, the administration and maintenance of the grounds at the 4 main Bureau of Veterans Service cemeteries has become increasingly complex and multifaceted over the last decade. In this management position, they must balance the supervision of a crew that provides upkeep, plot openings and closures, attendance at funerals, upkeep of burial records and locations, along with a strong set of interpersonal skills that is necessary to successfully interact with the funeral home directors, military honor guard details, private maintenance contractors, and most importantly, families. In addition to the Part A, our department has an initiative in the general fund final language associated with the closure of the Maine Military Authority. Part T on pages 27 and 28 requests authority to carry forward from state fiscal year 22 to state fiscal year 23 any unexpended balance of the $400,000 provided under Public Law 2021, Chapter 398. This one-time funding was provided for environmental closure activity costs at the former Maine Military Authority site in Limeville. 2 sequential contracts are required to first conduct a full background investigation and sampling plan, and second, use the results of the first contract to develop remedial action plans and possibly conduct minor remedial activities. Our department has just awarded the first phase and will begin investigative activities soon. Given the environmental and weather conditions of Maine, the investigation and sampling plan will not be complete until late spring. As the second contract statement of work is reliant on the results of the investigation and sampling plan, there may not be enough time left in FY22 to compete and award the remedial action plan contract. Therefore, a portion of the $400,000 provided under Public Law 2021, Chapter 398 may be needed in FY23. Thank you for your time today. This concludes testimony, and I stand by for your questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Young. Are there any questions for Mr. Young from any members of either AFA or VLA? If you wouldn't mind just doing your electronic hand, that would be the easiest way for me to call on you. I am not seeing any. So we will move on to the Commission on Government Ethics and Election Practices. I think that would be Mr. Wayne. Greetings.
Greetings. Can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Great, thank you. I'm Jonathan Wayne. I'm the Executive Director of the Maine Ethics Commission, and Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, Senator Hickman, and Representative Chiazzo, thanks for the opportunity to be with you today. There's only one initiative in the budget bill that relates to our office, and I made a mental error in referring to it in my written testimony. The initiative is on page A69. That's the actual page number, but in my testimony, it's referred to erroneously as A49, so I apologize for that. This initiative would provide funding for the reorganization of our commission assistant position to become a secretary specialist, and that reorganization has been approved by the Bureau of Human Resources. So we are simply seeking funding to be able to assign the new duties and pay at the higher rate. I did, however, want to address one other issue that is not in the supplemental budget bill, because I've been told by the chairs of the VLA committee that they would like to advocate for a fix of a long-term problem in our Ethics Commission budget. So I wanted to give both committees an idea of what the problem is, and also outline a fix to the problem, which I've attached to my written testimony. So the first issue is that the Ethics Commission should be paying a portion of our administrative costs from the general fund. And what I'm referring to is we make payments to DAFs for accounting and personnel services. We pay our IT vendor who maintains and sometimes improves our electronic filing system. We pay a landlord, we pay OIT. These are all administrative costs that should be paid for from the all other part of our budget. But unfortunately, we can't do that. And the reason we can't do that is the all other portion of our general fund budget is only $8,897. So this is really a glaring problem in our budget. The total pot of all other money that we have to pay all those vendors that I just described is only $8,897. So how have we been working around this? In order to pay our basic overhead expenses, what we've been doing is unfortunately overcharging the Maine Clean Election Fund, which is a special revenue account that was set up by Citizen Initiative to make payments to candidates who participate in the Maine Clean Election Act program and to pay for the administrative costs of that program. That account is a special revenue account that is set up for a specific purpose and is not supposed to be paying for our general overhead expenses. And that's what we've resorted to because the all other portion of our budget is only $8,897. So in the attached initiative, what we are proposing, it would be an increase in the all other portion of our general fund appropriation by about $107,000. And that would allow us to pay about 45% of our administrative costs from the general fund, which is our estimate of what would be the appropriate share of our administrative costs that ought to be paid for from the general fund. That's the first part of the problem that is solved in the initiative. The second part of the problem is that we have also been overcharging the Maine Clean Election Fund to pay for our personal services costs. Under the way our staffing is currently allocated between the different accounts, the Maine Clean Election Fund has been paying for the commission to perform its general election administrative duties. And again, that's not the statutory purpose of what the Maine Clean Election Fund is set up to do. For example, it's not appropriate for the Maine Clean Election Fund to be paying our costs, our staffing costs or admin costs to regulate ballot questions. That's one of the things we do, and that's sometimes a very large part of what we do, but that's not really, that's a general fund responsibility. That's not a Maine Clean Election Fund responsibility. So in the initiative, we are proposing to move $171,000 in personal services costs from the Maine Clean Election Fund to the general fund so that the general fund would pay about 45% of our personnel costs. In my written testimony, I've included a table that shows what our current general fund allocation is, the increase that we're proposing, and what the new totals would be. And the basic intent of this proposal is to see that the general fund provides enough support for our general duties so that we can pay our costs appropriately. Occasionally, there are improvements to our IT system or in our electronic filing system, which I suppose all of you have used as candidates. Those are when it's legitimate. We would like to be able to make those improvements, and some of those should be made from the general fund. And if with enough support, we will no longer have to be paying overcharging the main clean election fund for all these activities. So thank you very much for your consideration. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Mr. Wayne. I see Representative Kinney's hand is up. Anybody else, just raise your electronic hand, please. Representative Kinney, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Breen. I'm wondering how long, Mr. Wayne, that the fund you've been using the clean elections funds to do these things, because this is not something I remember being an issue last year with the biennial budget. So how long has this been an issue?
Well, I've started to raise the alarm with this about 3 years ago. I met with the DAFS commissioner in 2019, and there actually was a proposal before the AFA committee in 2000, 2 years ago, as part of the supplemental budget bill for FY 2021. But unfortunately, like with so many things, COVID got in the way, and it caused a shutdown of the legislature. And so it was never really given adequate consideration. And as to the regular budget bill for FY 22 and 23, I have to be honest, but I miscalculated the impact of COVID. I decided not to put this in as part of our regular budget submission because my judgment was this is going to be a catastrophe for our economy and revenues to the government, and this is just the wrong time to ask for a realignment of our costs. But I've talked about it with the VLA chairs. They think the time is right. So that's why I'm presenting it to you today. But it's been a long-standing problem. It's built up over time. Some of it is due to the shortfalls that we experienced in the 2000s when there were cutbacks and we had to meet certain targets. So we would rearrange our costs. So it's been a matter of time, and it's taken me some time to be secure enough in my position, to be honest, to be more forthright about the problem and ask for a fix.
Any other questions for Mr. Wayne? Senator Hickman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Director Wayne, for explaining your proposal. My question is kind of a simple one. You find it very difficult to ask the legislature for money to run your operation, don't you, sir?
Well, no one, I started here in the 2000s. Money was so tight, and I like to be a good soldier as a small independent agency head. And as an independent agency, we don't have the easy regular communication with the executive branch. So that has been a factor, yeah, is that I just didn't want to ask for general fund money, but as of a few years ago, I decided I just had to start raising the alarm bell or flag and make people aware of the issue. Yep.
Thank you, Director.
Thanks.
Representative Ducharme.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Breen. I'm just because I'm new, I don't know all of the ins and outs. Do we know how much money is in the clean election fund right now?
I do have a record of that now. I haven't looked at it recently. I would need to find out. We get an annual transfer in January, and I would have to find out what it is, but I can certainly get that information to you no later than tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Wayne? Representative Millett, did you have your hand up?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Ducharme asked my question. We normally do get an update on the main clean election fund through the biennium, as Director Wayne can best estimate it. So I think we do need that to see the whole picture.
Okie doke. Any other questions for Mr. Wayne? Okay, I think there might be a member of the public here to testify. I see Bob Howe in the attendee list, so I'm going to move Mr. Howe over to the panel. So hang on a second. Mr. Howe, are you here yet? He's getting there.
Yes, it always takes me a minute to adjust my computer after I've been beamed up. Good
Welcome.
afternoon, esteemed chairs and members of both committees. My name is Robert Howe. I'm a resident of Brunswick, where, by the way, the SAP is running. And I'm not referring to a candidate for office. I am here today to speak on behalf of the Maine Citizens for Clean Elections in support of the proposal that Mr. Wayne has put forward. You have my written testimony. I think I'll paraphrase it. The Clean Elections Program was first enacted by the voters of Maine in 1996, reaffirmed by them in a second referendum some years later. We have observed the longstanding practice of relying on the Maine Clean Elections Fund to subsidize operations of the Commission on Governmental Ethics and Election Practices that are unrelated to the Clean Elections Program. Maine Citizens urges that you include in the supplemental budget a remedy for this practice. The fund was established to finance the campaigns of candidates participating in the Maine Clean Election Program and to pay administrative enforcement costs of the Commission related to that program. But under the current cost allocation practice, the fund is subsidizing general operations of the Commission, as Mr. Wayne has indicated. These include administering all campaign finance laws, the lobbyist disclosure law, conducting ethics seminars, and investigating campaign finance and ethics violations. This is contrary to the purpose for which the fund was established. As you've heard, the proposed allocation or reallocation is approximately $279,000, and it would correct this longstanding practice. It would charge the general fund and the Commission's other special revenue funds for an appropriate portion of the agency's overhead. That includes technology, communication service from the DAFs, and office rent. The situation has developed over a number of years due to a combination of insufficient general fund appropriations of the Commission and the diversion of surplus, quote unquote, funds from the Clean Elections Fund to the general fund, only some of which have been returned to the fund over the years. We ask that you end the practice of using the fund to subsidize other responsibilities of the Commission. These other functions are important and valid functions performed in the public interest and deserve to be funded on their own merit. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I'd be happy to try to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Howe. Are there any questions for Mr. Howe from any members of our committees here? I am not seeing any. But thank you so much for joining us today and submitting your written testimony. We appreciate it. I'm going to move you back to attendee land now. All right, I think that concludes our testimony on the Commission on Governmental Ethics and Election Practices. So we will move on to our final section today, which is the Department of Public Safety Gambling Control Board. And I see Commissioner Sawchuk has just shown his face. Welcome back.
Thank you, Senator. I truly appreciate that. And I think the good news is Commissioner Figueroa has read the overall supplemental budget a few paragraphs already, so I won't take up your time with that this afternoon. But good afternoon, Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs, Senator Hickman and Representative Chiazzo, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. My name is Mike Sawchuk. I'm the Commissioner of the Department of Public Safety, and I'm here today to testify in support of the supplemental budget LD 1995. The Department of Public Safety was established to serve the people by providing, coordinating, and leading a responsive and comprehensive public safety system to protect their lives, rights, and properties. This broad mission is accomplished with 628 positions spread across 10 bureaus. The bureaus are Administration, Capitol Police, Consolidated Emergency Communications, Emergency Medical Services, Fire Marshal's Office, Gambling Control, Highway Safety, Maine Criminal Justice Academy, Maine Drug Enforcement Agency, and the Maine State Police. My testimony today will focus on the Gambling Control Unit. The Gambling Control Unit, better known as the unit, support a 5-member board that licenses and regulates companies and employees associated with 2 casinos, the distribution of casino-related equipment, and advanced deposit wagering, allowing bets on horse races throughout the country. The unit also regulates fantasy sports contests and charitable nonprofit games of chance, Beano and Bingo. There's one Gambling Control Unit related initiative, which is on page A as an Alpha 148. This initiative provides one-time funding to allow for electronic submittal of a casino employees' applications through the online licensing database. We currently use paper applications, and the move to an electronic system will make the process much more efficient. An employee can be temporarily licensed to work on the same day of submission electronically versus paper, which can take 3 to 5 days, and potential employees are finding other employment in that time of delay. This measure is requested and very much supported by the 2 casinos in Maine. This increases the other special revenue funds, all other, by $66,370 in FY22 only. This concludes my testimony. I would be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Commissioner Sawchuk. Are there any questions regarding the testimony we just heard? Representative Millett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Commissioner Sawchuk, could you give us just a one-sentence explanation of why this would be one time, given the benefits that would appear to be ongoing?
Yes, sir. So it would be to just add on to an existing database, and OIT is willing to do that for us. Director Champion rather has done that research. It does appear to be a one-time fee that they can pay directly through special revenue, and it would not be ongoing in nature. And it definitely has ongoing benefits because it literally is mailing something from the casinos to us, which, you know, it's 2022. We've got a means to do this electronically, and it should benefit everybody.
I get it now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions for Commissioner Sawchuk? I am not seeing any. And I don't think we have any members of the public. If there are any people in attendance who'd like to testify on this portion of our proposed budget, could you raise your hand, please? All right, I am not seeing any. Thank you, Commissioner Sawchuk.
Thank you. Have a great night.
You too. And I believe that concludes our testimony for this afternoon. So Senator Hickman, Representative Caiazzo, thank you so much for having your committee join us this afternoon. And we wish you a good evening. And appropriations, folks, I will just remind you of tomorrow's activities. Tomorrow we start again at 10 o'clock with the Department of and the Joint Standing Committee on Inland Fisheries and Wildlife at 10. And then we have Marine Resources at 1. And we have the Environment and Natural Resources Committee at 2. And that will bring us to the end of our public hearings on LD 1995. I see our clerk, Judith, has popped on, so I'm wondering if she has some information she'd like to share. No? All right. Thank you so much for your help today, Judith. Any questions before we sign off for the afternoon about tomorrow or anything else, or anything from my good co-chair?
I think you covered everything. Good to see everyone. We're in the home stretch.
Yes. All right. Well, that concludes our business for today. And again, I wish you all a nice evening, and we'll see you back here tomorrow at 10 a.m.